Hello. Hello, hello. Are we live? Can you hear me? Does my internet even work? Greetings? Hey, you guys can hear me? Excellent. Alright. Hi. So for this stream, I've set up a little bit of a... I'm going with a little bit of a different stream setup where... So usually what I do, I use my phone to look at chat and I just like prop it up against the screen of my laptop. But I figured out how to... keep the chat in a pop-up window like pinned on my screen. So I'm going to see if that makes things a little bit easier. Loud and clear. Yo. Howdy. Hi guys. Oh, hey. I forgot that I kept that as my pinned message. Hold on. Give me a second to unpin it. If Jinwoo's in chat, that is a question that we will not be answering today. I do this from a laptop? Yeah. It's a little bit scuffed, but it works okay. It works just fine. Ooh, nice. The chair is evolving, yeah. The reason why I don't want to keep using my phone is because eventually, hopefully soon, I'll be using my phone for other things while streaming. But yeah. Don't unpin it? It's a bit too late. I don't think it would have matched the vibe of this stream anyways. Because we are going to be talking about some pretty interesting / a little bit grim things. But all in all, not too bad, hopefully. I was keeping my eye on Twitter over the past few days, and the Fillion thing is... I'm going to be watching Legal Mindset's VOD after I finish streaming, because I am very interested to see what he thinks about the situation, since, I mean, law is an area of expertise that I have pretty much zero experience in, personally. So, having that kind of insight would be pretty interesting to understand that particular situation. It does look a little bit messy, admittedly. Coffee check? Not gonna lie, your stream VODs are dense and the clips are coming longer than expected. That's perfectly fine. Whenever I read the word grim, now Parrot's voice keeps popping up in my head. Yeah. Grim. I still can't roll my R's. I've been trying to figure that out for like 2 years now. I've actually been like, practicing and stuff. And sometimes I can get the occasional trill after like around 30 minutes of warm-up. But it's still like beyond my grasp. At least the OG mod creator is going to be talking to GSC and Fillion. Yeah. That is definitely something that I personally am glad to know. Honestly, I'm trying to think, because aside from AX happening, I can't really think off the top of my head if there was anything else like major over this week. I've been spending my time like under a rock, just working on this particular, like just prepping all the material for this stream. Because the whole Betterhelp thing is an absolute rabbit hole. And on top of that, actually, I might start a poll in chat because... a lot of people, when I first made that tweet about this particular, the article from the LA Times about the HoloLive Dodgers collab, a lot of people, when they saw my tweet, thought that it was sort of, I was trying to say, or I was saying something along the lines of, that the article was, might have been malicious or attacking HoloLive in any way. That's not really what I meant. However, it does bring up an interesting conversation about things like gatekeeping, how to do it well, when to, like, what defines good gatekeeping, or even just things like tourists or the media theory behind the whole, like, protecting your online fandom kind of conversation. So I would be interested to see if that is something that you guys would be interested in learning about. So let me just set up a poll. Fandoms gatekeeping. All right, I've started a poll. Hopefully it works. All right. What's going on with Fillion? Basically, Good Smile Company announced that they were doing a Fillion Nendoroid. However, the original creator of that particular model, despite the fact that the model is generally free for use, also went public with the knowledge that it wasn't, they weren't contacted before the decision was made to make the Nendo, which, as you can probably understand, is a little problematic. So yeah. Is it okay if clips go longer than 30 minutes? That's fine. That's fine. I mean, like, if you have, like, if you are willing to make those, then I'm already, like, more than happy. Are you gonna talk about mainstream news catching on to VTubers? Yes, that will be a topic that I will be discussing in a future stream. Probably not as much in this particular stream, because, like I said, I did add on the whole segment about LA Times and LA Times and HoloLive, with their collab with Dodgers being, this was a bit of a last minute addition. So, yeah. Since the LA Times just made it, yeah. Pretty big, yeah, probably an oversight on Fillion's part. Yeah, I would agree. If you ever need help, if you ever need a legal side of things when it comes to VTubing, Legal Mindset is the guy. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people have said this before me, but I'm really glad that he set up shop in, like, the VTubing, like, space in general, because growing industry and all of that, it is always going to be, like, helpful to have someone with that particular area of expertise being able to commentate on things. So, an artist came out saying that they didn't give permission for a plushie based on a 3D model. Oh dear. I guess I'm concerned about the use of the word gatekeeping, which itself is a pretty negative connotation, maybe protection or curation or something. See, that's the thing. So generally what I try to do, especially when I'm, like, using technical terms, when I'm invoking a word to explain something to you guys, I don't like making up new words or assigning new words to a particular meaning. And the reason for that is, at least personally, I would much rather just explain the definition for one word properly than try to come up with, 2-3 other terms just to encapsulate, like, different people's interpretations of a word. For example, like you bringing up gatekeeping as a term, gatekeeping does have a very negative connotation. However, I personally would prefer to push back against that negative connotation rather than use a different word like protection or curation. Because then it kind of confuses people because of the fact that people just entering the space might not be familiar with the other terms that you're introducing to try and get across the idea that you're expressing. So, yeah. Connotations are cyclical, gatekeeping is the most accurate term. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. If gatekeeping sounds hostile, use screening. That's the thing, right? Because gatekeeping actually means to prevent from entering, whereas screening just means to how do I say, to do a bit of a checkup before, like, it just means to give an overview of, or to do an investigate, or to carry out an investigation into. And again, that slight difference in definitions is why I would prefer to just clarify the definition of gatekeeping than adopt a whole new word. Yeah, definitions matter much more than the reputation of the word. Yeah, I would agree with that. The denotation is absolutely fine. Yeah. Actual gatekeeping is a job. Exactly. And that is something that we will be touching on. So, I think we can start about now. So give me a second to switch screens. Oh, also, I wanted to just say that, if at any point during the stream, if chat or my own model covers a portion of the slides, don't worry about that, because I will be uploading the slides wholesale onto my Patreon, link in bio, and you can access it if you sign up as a member, even if you don't pay anything, right? So the Patreon just exists so that I have somewhere to put all of the material that I go through during stream for everyone to access. If you do feel generous enough to contribute to the Patreon as a paying member, I'm very grateful for that. But again, it is not at all necessary, and all of the material on there you can access for free. So yeah. Also, I just naturally read out stuff as I go through it on screen, so you don't worry about having to be able to see text or anything. So yeah. Bless A. All right. So, God, this article. So when a lot of people saw this article initially on Twitter or on the LA Times, a lot of you might have just been like, excited to see that this was a thing. And to be honest, I understand, because if a publication as far outside the realm of VTubing as the LA Times is talking about HoloLive, that probably means that HoloLive is doing something right. However, like I said in the tweet that I made about that article, there are a few points of the article that do make me feel a little bit concerned. And the reason why they make me concerned is because they present this collaboration, in my opinion at least, as more of an oddity and less of a novelty. So, to explain what I mean, when you are trying to introduce a subject matter or just a thing in general to an audience that is unfamiliar with it, and when you yourself are also unfamiliar with it, there are two main ways that you can present that subject matter to your audience. You can make it look like something that is alienating, or you can make it look like something that is interesting. And there are points in this article where I do feel like that balance leans more towards alienating than interesting. So if we just go through some of the parts of this article, the first thing you always want to consider when you're reading through a news article is, who is the target audience? When a journalist writes news, they write it with a target demographic in mind. So if we read through this, it's pretty obvious right off the bat, and everyone else will probably agree with this as well, which is that this article was not written for VTubing fans. So it's written in the sports section of the LA Times, specifically about Dodgers news. So this is an article that is written for fans of Dodgers. Of the Dodgers. But we can get a bit more specific than that if we keep reading past that first interview segment with Gura. So, this is the part where I tell her that Gura, she said I could just call her Gura, will be shouting out the traditional "It's time for Dodger baseball!" exclamation at Dodger Stadium on Friday. Except, of course, she won't be there. She can't be there. She'll be displayed on a screen where younger generations spend most of their lives. That single sentence, when the author states where younger generations spend most of their lives, then confirms that this is an article that is not written for a younger demographic. So the target demographic of this article so far are sports fans, specifically Dodgers fans, of an older age bracket. And then the author goes on, she is what is called a virtual YouTuber or VTuber, So here, the article goes into a quoted explanation of what a VTuber is by Max Kim, the US Sales and Licensing Director for Cover. Now, Max Kim, he's going to come up a lot more often in the rest of the article, so I want you to keep his name in mind. So, again, this really hammers home that the target audience for this article are not VTuber fans, arguably not even people who spend a lot of time on the internet, which, again, is understandable. But knowing that this is the audience that the writer is... knowing that this is the audience that the writer is writing for, that is important. Because when you go on... okay, so he explains, that Gura is the most popular VTuber in the world, provides a metric by which he gauges that, and then states, for Cover and its signature Hololive brand, the Dodgers promotion is one step in a campaign to broaden the appeal of VTubers beyond the fervent core of Japanese young men. So, identifying the fact that the main appeal of VTubers, or perhaps the quote-unquote core demographic of VTubers, are Japanese young men, that on its own, perfectly fine. However, and this is a tiny detail that a lot of people probably wouldn't register as being a little bit concerning, but which I personally find quite concerning, is the fact that he describes them as fervent. Now, fervent is a word that just means really passionate or really intense. However, there are times when fervent takes on more of a negative connotation more than a positive one. And I would say that just the word fervent in general is a little bit... So again, that emphasis on how this core can be very intense in their, in their worship, I suppose, that is something that presents this as more of it presents the core demographic as an outsider to the audience that is that this article is aimed at. So again, a lot of people in chat just saying like boomer POV. Yeah. But it's small things to do with the way that this article is phrased. So again, of the viewers of Gura's YouTube channel, half are 24 or younger, and 9 in 10 are male. Sorry. So then he goes on to say, Dodger's pitcher, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, is 25. So for those who don't know who Yoshinobu Yamamoto is, he's basically a rising star when it comes to Japanese baseball. He just got signed with the Dodgers. And this is important because this is supposed to be the bridge upon which Hololive's fanbase and Dodgers/baseball fans are supposed to cross over. Because this guy is a young Japanese man, ostensibly the target demographic of VTubers. But look at what the article emphasizes. The Hololive avatars have appeared in promotions for Japan's Pacific League, in which Yamamoto played from 2017 to 2023. I showed him a picture of Gura and asked if he recognized her. He said he did not. And then immediately after that small section, it smash cuts to another quote from Kim saying, "Our goal is to make sure that people know what VTubing is," Kim said. So, again, this is not like a major thing, and to be honest, to be completely transparent, this might not even be intended as a dig at Hololive. However, again, it doubles down on presenting VTubing, and by extension Hololive, as something that is more outside the realm of the normal, things that people would not know. On its own, that's fair enough. The thing that raises my eyebrow, though, is when it goes on, and then it starts making it look like this lack of awareness might be some fault in Hololive's overseas strategy. So, 10 years ago, the concept of streaming was pretty strange. It was not really existing. Now we accept that as a normal means of communication and entertainment. We want the same for VTubing as well. That makes Cover no different than dozens of other companies signing up as a Dodger sponsor to get their message out to a large mainstream audience. So, again, technically, this sentence is not wrong. because Cover is trying to get VTubers and get their own VTubers specifically into the mainstream. And dozens of other companies have done that as well. However, this is where knowing that this is written for hardcore baseball fans, Dodgers fans, comes into play. Because look at the next few sentences that he writes. Cover is opening an office in Los Angeles this month. Its avatars are virtually appearing at an anime expo at the Los Angeles Convention Center this weekend, and it hopes its collaboration with the Dodgers can be just as useful as previous ones with Taco Bell and Red Bull. Kim said his company would have pursued the collaboration with the Dodgers even if the team had not signed Shohei Ohtani. Again, for those who don't know who Shohei Ohtani is, he is yet another rising star in Japanese baseball. Someone else who was relatively recently signed onto the Dodgers. He's basically a baseball celebrity. And so far, we've been introduced to two baseball players, both young Japanese men who on paper are the target demographic of these, this VTuber corporation, this VTubing industry. And both of them have been presented as being thoroughly alienated from this whole, collaboration. This is why this particular sentence makes Hololive look alienated from mainstream media, traditional media, or even just from baseball, the Dodgers in general. So, yeah, it might not be intended, but it does feel like a mean juxtaposition. Exactly, Whimsy. So, again, what's even more concerning to me, as someone who's reading this, is that this statement, that the company would have pursued the collaboration even if the team had not signed Shohei Ohtani, that makes the collaboration look a lot more cynical, in my opinion. Because it's basically saying that even if this Japanese celebrity had not been signed on to the Dodgers, Hololive would have tried to work with the Dodgers. Which, again, kind of undermines the idea that this is like a quote-unquote legitimate collaboration. And then he goes on, and this is admittedly not a great look, but he goes on to quote a business-related discussion of the collaboration decision. We have our interests to expand in the US market. They have their interests, they're referring to the Dodgers. I'm pretty sure the Dodgers will have their own thoughts behind this collaboration, which is then followed up by these two sentences. They declined to share them. The Dodgers declined comment for this story. So, not only is this juxtaposition between these two statements a little jarring, and it doesn't make Hololive look great, but the journalist basically said this twice. Two sentences, one right after the other, basically saying the same thing. The Dodgers did not want to comment, or the Dodgers chose not to comment. The journalist could have very well just said, the Dodgers declined comment for this story. The juxtaposition still would have been jarring, but it wouldn't be as emphasized as phrasing it this way, where there are two separate sentences doubling down on the fact that the Dodgers declined comment. So, again, not a great look, and also serves to very much alienate the collaboration and Holo from an audience that would be well outside the realm of people familiar with VTubing. So, this is where we get a little bit of an ironic situation, because in VTubing, a lot of people are concerned about gatekeeping VTubing or gatekeeping, their favorite VTubers from normies, from mainstream media or from traditional media. But here, this media publication, and this is indicative of, this is typical behavior for all media publications. Traditional media outlets basically function as gatekeepers for mainstream media attention. And when an article like this is, when an article like this is alienating VTubing or VTubers as much as it is, it's sort of emphasizing or reiterating the idea that they are supposed to have that function as gatekeepers for mainstream attention. So, to go on, is it possible the Dodgers could win new fans in Japan by tapping into an activity which is wildly popular among Japanese teens who might just be looking for a team to follow, even if they might not know it yet? Smash cut to this quote from Yagoo. The Dodgers and Hololive have distinct fan bases, said the chief executive of Cover, Motoaki Taniko. I hope I pronounced that right. I'm so used to just calling him Yaku. It's the diversity of our fan bases that allows us to blend and connect our followers into a unified community, which is the essence of this collaboration. And then it sort of sections off into like a pretty general, a pretty general neat knot to tie it all together. So virtually it's time for Dodger baseball. But from experience, watching interviews, watching journalists do interviews with other people, knowing how articles are made, I would bet all the limbs on the left side of my body that this quote from Yagu was not all he said when he was asked whatever question the interviewer asked. But when it is sectioned off into a quote that is as short as this, again, the juxtaposition, and I'm not saying that this juxtaposition is intentional by any means, it does come across a little bit derisive and to some extent a little bit dismissive. So again, this is by no means a malicious article. However, when I stated in my original tweet that Hololive, and by extension VTubing, is being poked, prodded, tested, evaluated by mainstream media, this is the kind of thing that I'm referring to. Because this criticism, even though it is implicit, of Hololive's overseas expansion strategy, the motives behind it, the effectiveness of it, its capacity to benefit the partners they collaborate with, all of those things are things that are being emphasized in this article without ever being said explicitly. And you can only kind of tell when you start reading between the lines in terms of what they choose to write and how they position the different things that they include in the article. And again, all of that is only brought to the forefront when you consider that this is an article that is written for baseball fans, for Dodgers fans. And these are people that probably have the same mindset of wanting to gatekeep their hobby from outsiders, from tourists, that a lot of people in the VTubing space do. And this article does not really do anything to counteract that sort of default defensive attitude. In fact, there are some parts of it where they arguably make that worse by triggering that sort of defensive instinct. So again, while this is an article that a lot of people are understandably excited for and excited to see, it is, and this is me making a prediction here, it is probably indicative of the kind of media attention that Hololive will be receiving for at least a few months. And then again, so a lot of other people, when I posted that original tweet, also pointed out that this isn't the first time that Hololive has made it into mainstream or mainstream adjacent news outlets for some reason or other. And they referenced the Kiryu Koko situation as well. The difference between that and this is that with the Kiryu Koko situation, a lot of the news, even though it did on the surface revolve around Hololive, it did also dip a lot into the sort of geopolitical tensions between China and Taiwan, which were a bit of a talking point around, 2020, 2021, around those 2 years. This is something that I would see as different because the focus is so clearly on Hololive and their overseas expansion by itself. So there is no other underlying context that might take attention away from that central question of how is Hololive expanding overseas and how well is that likely to work out for not only them, but the business partners that they are, collaborating with as well. So, yeah. Why the left side of your body specifically? I need the right side for other reasons. Cherry-picking sentences from an interview to control narrative, standard practice. Yeah, a little bit. So that brings us to a bit of an interesting topic around gatekeeping as a whole, the practice of gatekeeping. So, when it comes to gatekeeping, and again, this is something that I will be expanding on in a different stream, a future stream, based on the responses I've gotten in the poll and chat. The golden rule of gatekeeping: not all tourists are bad, and not all gatekeeping is good. And what do I mean by a good and bad tourist depends on how said tourist ends up interacting with the fan base as well as with the subject matter. So, to clarify that distinction between the two, a good tourist and a bad tourist might get into a particular subject area or particular area of interest for the same reason. That being that both of them are typically interested in the subject matter and or they know people who are. However, where the two start diverging is in how they engage with those two things after entering the fan base. A good tourist will approach the subject matter and others in the space with an open mind and no judgment. No judgment in particular is very important because whenever you enter a space, there are always going to be idiosyncrasies in the way that people behave, the way that people communicate, even the particular things that people find appealing. And if you approach it with a sense of, again, this is something that a bad tourist would do, with a sense of contempt and prejudice, that's when you start getting into the problem of entering a space in a combative stance, where you're already looking to start punching up and down when it comes to, people who simply have different tastes to you. When you start assigning malice or inferiority to tastes that are merely different, or things that you might not be able to appreciate because you are so new to a space, because that is a genuine thing that can happen. Recently, we've had a lot of people talking about the whole lolly thing in VTubing, and that is a very prominent example of that. So the next point of distinction between these two categories of tourists is that a good tourist is capable of discerning and articulating which aspects of the subject matter do and don't appeal to them and why. And the reason why this is so important is because if you are going to integrate into something, that doesn't mean you have to accept it wholesale. That doesn't mean you have to agree with, condone, or enjoy every single part of it. But it does mean that you need to be able to tell what you do and don't like. And by extension, when you do identify what you do and don't like, you then need to be able to reconcile yourself with people who have a differing set of opinions. So again, a good tourist can coexist with perspectives that lie outside of their own. If you like something, if you dislike something, it's perfectly fine if you exist in a fandom alongside people that have differing tastes, differing enjoyments, differing whatever. The thing is, with a bad tourist, they are incapable of discerning and or articulating which aspects of the subject matter do and don't appeal to them. They're generally likely to throw out the baby with the bathwater, in the sense that if one part of a particular hobby or area of interest offends them, then they tend to dismiss the entire thing as just being, dead from the start. And then, again, they cannot coexist with perspectives outside of their own. So, again, if you enter a space, if you find that there are more things in it that you do not like than things that you do like, then it is perfectly fine if you just quietly exit, as Vivian, you pointed out in chat. So yeah, the problem is, with a bad tourist, because they are incapable of articulating and even, telling what it is they do and don't agree with, and because they cannot coexist with perspectives outside of their own, that's when these people start, beginning fights with people who already exist in that fan base. And that's when you get into gatekeeping wars, so to speak. So, in my last stream, I said that gatekeeping is you can think of gatekeeping as a tug-of-war between, the people who already exist as part of a fan base and bad actors or bad tourists that come into it from the outside. And it is a tug of war where the first side to run out of words to articulate why they like, why they enjoy what they enjoy, ends up losing. And I want to expand on that metaphor a little bit with this diagram that I've put together. So this is what I call the gatekeeping tug of war model. So on one side, you have you guys, right? The old guard, a mixture of purists, OGs, and converts. And to explain what each of those categories are, purists are people who believe that a subject matter, or in this particular case, we'll use VTubing as an example because it's just easier. These are people who believe that the way that something should exist is just the most basic form of it, right? So, for example, these are people who believe that VTubers should always be idol-oriented, that ideally they are either, fans of Japanese culture or they come from Japan, etc., etc. And the problem with purists is that at best they can seem a little bit intimidating to people coming into the space, and at worst they can actively make a space stagnate. And again, for reasons that we'll get into in a little bit, stagnation is the last thing that you want for your hobby or interest or favorite creator. Then you have the OGs. These are just people who've been around the longest, the people who have been there since the beginning of whatever hobby, industry, creator's journey. And then you have converts, who are basically tourists that have, integrated into the fan base. These are people like myself, or if you really think about it, pretty much anyone that just, sees a clip or whatever and decides to watch VTubing purely off of that. So the thing about converts is that, at least in my opinion, all converts are equal. You can be someone who converted when you saw a clip of Hololive, Hololive doing something, a concert, and it just, it awed you to the point where you knew in that moment that you really wanted to get into VTubing as an industry, that this was the content for you. Or you could be like me, where you start watching VTubers just because you saw a reaction video and you thought, that looks kind of funny. Both of those people are converts, and both of them have just as much, let's say, ground to be where they are as one another. On the other side, the people who are pulling against the old guard are what I would call bad tourists. These are perverts, activists, and inquisitors. Now, when I say perverts, a lot of you might instantly think of sexual deviants, people who will only get into a space because they are interested in fetishizing whatever exists around them in that space, or people who are only interested in fetishizing the things in that space. And to be fair, they are included. But when I use the word perverts, I mean it in the most literal definition of the word, as just someone or something that seeks to corrupt the nature of a thing. So, ironically enough, the largest perverts in any industry, any hobby, are not actually people, but corporations. And a really easy example of this would be Star Wars and Disney. When it comes to Star Wars, when it comes to Marvel, Disney is hands down the most egregious pervert of all of those particular hobbies and areas of interest that I can really think of in a modern context. So again, these are people who just transform something from being, let's say, a creative endeavor or a creative area of enjoyment into being something that is purely cynical, profit-driven, etc., etc. They pervert the nature of the thing. On the other hand, you have people like activists. These are people, so in contrast to perverts who are interested in warping or corrupting the interest itself, activists are people who are only interested in converting the other people in that fan base to their particular cause. So both of these are dishonest methods of engagement. Perverts seek to only engage with the thing itself as a way of perhaps monetizing it, corrupting it, etc. And activists seek to only engage with the fan base of it for motives outside of merely connecting with that particular hobby, interest, creator, and or understanding them. They see the other members of the fan base as more of a resource to convert to their cause. And then you have inquisitors, people who go into a space and they find out, or perhaps previously, prior to entering, they just hate everyone in the space. So whereas activists seek to convert the people who already exist in a fan base, inquisitors seek to punish that fan base for whatever reason. Some sort of personal resentment, or even just a deep-seated feeling of superiority over that particular hobby or the people who have that hobby. So, in the middle, you have spectators and good tourists, alongside with the interest and its nature. This is the thing that both sides are pulling. So to elaborate further, the reason why sorry, give me a second to sneeze. Oh, I think I'm dying. Okay, so the reason why I've made this the way that it is that even though there tend to be more of the old guard, bad tourists, even though there are fewer of them, do tend to be a lot louder and more noticeable in the way that they pull. And they rotate in and out a lot more often. That's why, when you really think about it, both sides have a stamina bar, and what that stamina bar is consistent of will be elaborated on in a second. But when it comes to bad tourists, they might have a lower threshold when it comes to, the amount of stamina they have in affecting a movement, pulling a fan base in a direction. But that bar refreshes a lot more often because of how often new and old people are rotating in and out. Whereas with the old guard, that bar might be, higher, but it fills up a lot slower. Now, when it comes to increasing the size of this stamina bar, this is why spectators, and specifically good tourists, are so important. Because a good tourist, when good tourists integrate into your fan base, when your fan base grows, that is how this stamina bar increases. You have more people who are capable of articulating why they like the interest in question, and as a result, you have more people to draw on to defend that particular interest from people who come in with bad intentions. On top of that, when it comes to making sure that an interest is viable in the long term, unfortunately, it all comes down to money. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. At the end of the day, something is only viable long term if it can sustain itself at least to the point where it can continue to produce new content to push out to the people who enjoy it. Now, this applies to pretty much everything. So, let's say, for example, a VTuber who cannot support themselves financially is only a few months away from being a PNG in a recycling bin in a hard drive covered in dust. And the same thing applies to any other hobby, any other corporation. Because again, the key to being able to sustain it is the ability to make money. That is why you cannot allow a fan base to become too exclusionary or too incestuous, because what inevitably happens is that the fan base gets too small to accommodate the growth of that particular interest. And you do want your interest, or at least the fan base for that interest, to grow. Not at the same rate as a company that has to be strung up by the balls according to the laws of capitalism, but you do want it to grow. So, when you... And again, this is an experience that a lot of you might be familiar with. When you become attached to a certain form of content, a certain creator, let's say, when you find that they are able to, give you happiness, entertain you, give you something to smile about on days where you have precious little to smile about, and you watch them for hours on end, you exist as, a thoroughly involved member of this fan base in that moment. But then, suddenly, for whatever reason, your life might just become better. And when that happens, suddenly your day is filled with other things. Not because your attention is being wrenched around by stuff you don't really want to look after, but because your attention is being demanded on, for example, let's say projects that you actually care about, or some, or even just work or gainful employment that proves itself to be, at least financially, worth your while. And when your days become filled in that way, maybe you find yourself drifting away from that particular interest or that particular creator for a period of time. Maybe you miss the chance to catch a stream every now and then. And then maybe a few months from then, maybe 1 or 2 years from then even, on a day where you just suddenly get a pang of nostalgia, or you have a slow afternoon, you might remember, oh, yeah, I used to watch so-and-so creator. I used to keep up with so-and-so thing. And then you get the urge to just, search it up on YouTube, see how they're doing. and then you find them and you realize that not only have they managed to exist just fine in the time that you've been away, but that they are still doing what they did before, just better. That feeling of nostalgia, of, second-hand happiness, of of security that the thing you loved, or the thing you still arguably to some extent love, can keep chugging on even without you being there constantly, that is a feeling of security that you cannot have unless you allow your interest, your hobby, your favorite creators to grow. And again, that is why these good tourists are so important. And when it comes to the bottom, in terms of the way that the interest and the way that the interest and its nature can be pulled in either direction. So in the middle, you have a range of acceptable and or beneficial change. These are changes that aren't too major, aren't too minor. So generally what happens is this tug-of-war is constant, and it is self-correcting as well when things are in balance, when there is a steady influx of good tourists flowing into the fan base. Sure, some things might change, some things might improve, but again, it doesn't change at a rate that is, that risks the integrity of the thing at its core nature. So again, this range is perfectly fine. Sometimes it gets pulled further in one direction, sometimes it gets pulled back to where it started from, but neither of the two is a bad outcome for the particular interest, creator, hobby. However, when you get pulled too far towards the side of the old guard, that's when you get into things like Puritanism. For all the reasons that I stated before, things like stagnation, things like turning off new people from coming in, this is where you don't want to be. However, on the total opposite side, you have perversion. This is where something changes to the point where its original audience is completely alienated. This is usually a bit of a hostile takeover, where the thing is changed not for good reasons, not for the intention of preserving its nature or accommodating / respecting what came before, but because it is, seen as just I'm actually dying. Seen as just a tool for commercial profit. So, again, the reason why it's so important to keep these two sides in check is because you want your interest and its nature to remain within this particular range. And something else that I want to touch on. The force that allows either side to pull in their given direction is articulation. If you are able to articulate what it is you like about the thing that you enjoy, that is what gives you the strength to keep pulling in your direction. However, when you start making... So what I said before is that this is a tug of war, and the first side to run out of ways to articulate why they like what they like loses. But there's something else as well. You can also view it as the first side to start resorting to generalized vitriol and personal attacks against the other is the side that loses. Because that is the equivalent of taking one of your hands off of the rope, digging into your pocket for a gun, and haphazardly trying to shoot at the other side while you attempt to pull with the other hand. Regardless of whether your shot hits or misses, you've lost the ability to pull. So again, I cannot emphasize enough how important it is that a fan base does not direct its energy purely into attacking, bad tourists or whatever, but more in energy into being able to articulate why they enjoy the things that they enjoy. And part of that is because sometimes when you make the mistake of doing, launching a personal attack against the other side, when you resort to vitriol, when you resort to just, general hostility, that can turn off good tourists, people who would have otherwise integrated themselves into your fan base. And the worst part of that is these tourists that will be scared off, they will never know what they're missing out on, because again, you've placed more emphasis on attacking the other side than articulating what you enjoy. So while it is possible for you to quote unquote defend your fan base, defend your hobby, defend your favorite creator against bad tourists by attacking those tourists, it's not a sustainable long-term solution, purely because that approach on its own will never succeed in bringing in new people at a rate that is high enough for you to continue this balance of power. So, so yeah, not just articulation, but the ability to broadcast it. Yeah, that is important as well. So hopefully this diagram, this model, whatever, helps to explain what I meant with that particular metaphor. But there's something else that I want to touch on as well, and this is more on the topic of how do you actually deal with bad tourists if you must launch a counterattack against what they are saying, against slander or whatever, against your particular hobby, your favorite creator, your area of interest, whatever. How do you do that? And something that I think we've all observed becoming really common over the past few years, and as a case study, especially in the gaming industry, is this. So what these bad actors tend to do is that they will hold up personal traits and attributes of themselves, of their identities, as a shield from criticism. And these attributes can be anything from, let's say, their gender identity, their degree of education, their race, their sexuality, their allegiance to a larger movement that's going on in the world, or some other global concern. And again, when you are trying to defend yourself against a bad actor, when you're trying to defend your hobby, your creator, your area of interest from these bad actors, you never want to make the mistake of attacking these things, because these things are the shield that they are using. They want you to direct your attention at this stuff. And almost always, this shield is used to hide the things that you actually can criticize. Things like, on one side, you have claims to moral superiority, condescension, a feeling and expression that they are inherently or in some ways better than you, better than the fan base that already exists within a space. Then you have paternalistic practices. Paternalism is a word, a term, which refers to the practice of depriving someone of their freedoms with the justification that it is for their own good. So this is stuff like, the most obvious example being stuff like censorship, or trying to dictate what artists can or can't draw of their own volition, stuff like that. And paternalism is almost always bad, especially when it's being applied by someone who is not familiar with a space, because they don't know what they might be sacrificing in order to, ostensibly at least, protect the thing that they proclaim to protect. And then on the bottom, you have corporate cynicism. This is only being interested in a hobby in terms of its capacity to make money. And again, this is what I talked about before with perversion. Corporate cynicism is the largest driver of perversion in any area of interest, any hobby, any particular creative industry. And then on the other side, you have deficiencies of these bad actors. You have things like an absence of creativity and or originality. You have things like prejudice, the fact that they walk in with a set of beliefs about how that fan base operates, how that thing, how the thing in question works, and they don't bother to question that at all. You have a lack of technical skill. You have at times, willful ignorance of nuances. So again, coming back to the lolly discussion that I brought up earlier, there are many reasons why people might be might enjoy just lolly content or lolly characters. Admittedly, I myself, when I was a tourist, I did come in with the sort of assumption that everyone who liked lolly must be a child predator. But I dropped that one in due time after I kept myself in the space for a little bit without saying anything. Because, again, there are a lot of reasons why people would enjoy that kind of content. For me personally, I've come to appreciate the value of just seeing something, small and cute just exist in front of you, right? It's the same reason why I suppose children enjoy like Sesame Street or something, but just I suppose a grown-up version of that. It activates all of my paternal instincts without actually having to take care of a child, which is always a plus, especially in this economy. So yeah, again, these are all things that you can very easily criticize, and you would be very justified in criticizing, because again, these are all legitimate deficiencies that bad actors do display. So, again, when you are defending yourself against a bad actor, never make the mistake of launching a personal attack. Never make the mistake of, I don't bother with the fact that, maybe they're bi or trans or black or white or red or graduated with a university degree. Maybe they care about the Israel-Palestine conflict or whatever. All of that, none of that matters. All that matters is the way that they engage with the area of interest, with the topic at hand, and with the other people in that fan base. And if their method of engagement is lacking, it is imperative that you are able to articulate why it is, why they're engaging in bad faith, and criticize them based on that. Again, do not launch personal attacks. They will not do anything. The only thing that this serves to do is signal to everyone that is just a spectator or even prospective good tourists that that you are, let's say, to use common terminology, a Nazi or a bigot or etc., etc. And that's not a look that you want to have. Again, this is admittedly a scummy tactic to deflect criticism, but it is the new norm, unfortunately. So, accordingly, any fan base needs to be equipped and aware enough to start addressing these instead of this. Ardentop, Camilla VT has a commonality. Yeah, so a few months ago, I think, there was a little bit of a controversy with Camila releasing a cover of Lolly Requiem. And there were some people in the replies of that particular tweet pointing out how years before she'd made disparaging remarks at Fallen Shadow, Shondo, for being a Lolly VTuber. And again, Camila, to her credit, took accountability in terms of just, I hate that phrase. I feel like people have just ruined the phrase took accountability. But yeah, Camila did express that she'd come to integrate into this fan base, to come to understand that, again, very similar to what I said before, just because someone enjoys lolly content, or just because someone, there are nuances to lolly, right? Rather than just I like children. So so she did come out, not only apologized for her prior statements, her prior remarks about Fallen Shadow, but she expressed that as a direct result of making an effort to integrate into this particular fandom, into this particular industry, she gained a sense of empathy and understanding and, a grasp of nuance that she didn't have before. And that particular was just, it was just really wholesome, because then, you had Fallen Shadow coming in as well, saying that, she's, I hope I'm not misquoting her, but something along the lines of that she's, glad that Camila managed to, find herself a space in this community, that, she's proud of her for sort of owning up to, prior bad behavior, etc., etc. But yeah, so same thing for Shota content, yeah. So again, if you take away nothing else from this particular discussion, and again, this will be a topic that I'm going to be delving into further in a future stream, because this is something I just tacked on last minute. I cannot overstate how important it is that you are able to not only criticize bad actors for their bad faith way of engaging with your particular hobby or something, but you are also able to articulate why it is that you enjoy what you enjoy. Because in the long run, that is going to be a more effective method of defense in terms of making sure that your fandom maintains its integrity than anything else. And with that, we move on to the planned portion of this stream, which is a deep dive into Betterhelp. Give me a second. I'm just gonna. I can feel my throat getting a little scratchy, so I'm gonna take a bit of a water break. If you have water, take a hydration break with me. You'd be Happini, you'd be surprised that adults like Sesame Street too. I mean, I don't doubt that. Like, I really do believe that, like, as children, we're born with like an inherent ability to just appreciate things that are like, and I know this is a bit of a meme, right? But I think we are born with an implicit ability to appreciate like cute and funny. And when we get older, for the most part, we don't really lose that, but we kind of either become numb to it or we suppress it to some extent because we have to be like functional adults and stuff like that. And the world is not a very kind place. So, understandably, it's not something that we get to indulge in that often. And I really do feel like just, this is something that started when I first started watching anime and I watched like Spy X Family. But just being able to see, like I said, just something as simple as just a small and cute thing exist in front of you. There is a kind of, there is a warmth to that I do feel like a lot of people lose in adulthood or lose touch with in adulthood. And at least for me, anime and VTubing kind of put me back in touch with that more sentimental side of my brain. Should I drag Armchair into the tea versus coffee war? Funny thing is, I spent the most of my life believing that I could not drink coffee. And the reason for that is I have a really bad dairy allergy. So, because of how often coffee's like mixed with milk, I just never tried it. But now I've realized that I can drink black coffee. But black coffee tastes like garbage, in my opinion. Like, if you drink coffee black, like, fair enough. More respect to you for being able to stomach something that bitter. But holy, that is not the drink for me. Tea, on the other hand, I do feel like tea is superior in terms of, like, again, this comes down to lack of experience, but I do feel like tea has more, like, variety in the way that it can taste than coffee. Even though, like, a lot of people like to meme that, like, tea is just boiled leaves and maybe petals sometimes. But yeah. Cute and funny. Whoa. Functional adult? I've never met one. Yeah. Me cuddling my Gobo plushies as an adult. Yeah, real. The Asian palette. Yeah, I prefer tea myself. Based. So yeah, I, in my opinion, tea is superior to coffee. All right, so, this has been like this has been such a brainworm in my head for like ages now. So, this is by far the longest presentation I've made to date, so I hope you guys are buckled in. This is going to be a bit of a trip. So, this whole thing started about 1 or 2 months ago when I watched two particular videos. One, a video by Upper Echelon, which is basically dissecting how Betterhelp has come crawling back to YouTube in an effort to promote itself to a new set of customers. Now, previously, a few years before, I had been aware of what Betterhelp was and what Betterhelp was reputed for, being that, like, essentially, back in, like, 2018, 2019, there was a massive controversy around the fact that Betterhelp was a really scummy business. It was not operating, even though it proclaimed that it was an online therapy service, it was not delivering on any of those promises that come along with that premise. So it was outed as basically a... I'm very careful about using the word fraud because, again, I don't want to be, like, sued. But it was very much outed as a non-legitimate business. The next thing was a stream by Savvy. And I thoroughly recommend that you watch both of these videos if you're curious about the topic, because whereas this is just a deep dive into Betterhelp and its reappearance, in this stream where Savvy reacts to this video, this is just looking at the whole situation from the perspective of somebody who actually studies psych. So this is an area of expertise that I myself do not possess. So again, if you're interested in this topic, I would very much recommend you check out both of these. However, there will be, for the sake of, just setting up this topic, there are a few points in the upper echelon video that I want to summarize for you guys. The first is that Betterhelp, in its return, may be preying on the internet's short attention span by doing their advertising in waves. So essentially, again, we all know the internet is very forgetful. Short-term memory, not great. So as a result, what Betterhelp seems to be doing is they will launch a wave of creator-driven promotions, endorsements, whatever. Then people will start remembering what they were, guilty of, even as close as something that they were guilty of about a year or let's say a few months ago, which we will get to in a second. And then those endorsements will die off for a little bit. Then maybe a few months later, they ramp up again. And again, every time they do this, there is a new consumer base that might not have any exposure to what Betterhelp has done prior to this. The second thing is a very interesting coincidence that Upper Echelon noted, where between quarter 2 and quarter 4 of 2023, there was a notable decrease in the number of overall users in Betterhelp that were using Betterhelp service, that were paying for Betterhelp service, and there was also an increase in Betterhelp's YouTube promotional budget. And this decrease and increase coincided with the closure of a service by the name of CareDash. Now basically, CareDash was a site that would fraudulently host profiles of therapists, psychologists, counselors, etc. However, when people who visited this site would attempt to book an appointment with any of these professionals, they would be instantly told that this professional was not accepting appointments, and this visitor would then be funneled directly into Betterhelp. Now, there is no public tie between Betterhelp and CareDash. However, Upper Echelon notes, and I think this as well, that this coincidence looks, to say the least, a little suspicious. On top of that, what makes it worse is that these profiles of these like counselors, psychologists, whatever, they were put on the platform without them being notified, without their consent. So it was fraudulent in the very CareDash was fraudulent in the very definition of the way that it operated. And then finally, in July of 2023, so just over a year ago, Betterhelp was officially charged and fined 7.8 million USD by the Fair Trade Commission for sharing consumer data with advertisers. So again, this is not an allegation. This is a fact that Betterhelp was investigated and penalized by the FTC for the way that their business operated. Oh, Funnelist, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the 5. Buy from third wave coffee shops. Ask if they have light roasted, washed Ethiopian or washed geisha. Geisha? Try that for black coffee. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, so this FTC investigation happened pretty recently, which is why it's a little concerning to me that they're successfully ramping up their promotions. Because, I mean, let's just look at what the FTC found in that particular case. So, in total, Betterhelp was found guilty of 8 counts of malpractice, right? 2 counts of unfairness, 2 counts of failure to disclose, and 4 counts of privacy misrepresentation. But it gets worse when you look at what those counts actually were specifically. So, first count, failure to protect users' health information. Again, basically just not even implementing or not carrying out the measures that they supposedly implemented to protect their users' information. Second, failure to obtain users' affirmative express consent before collecting and using their health information. Basically, they didn't bother to make it really clear to their users what information was being collected and who it was going to be given to. Third, failure to disclose that it shared user information with third parties. So again, Betterhelp did not really acknowledge that the information that they got from their users was going to be shared with other people, other platforms, besides itself and its therapists. Then you have failure to disclose that it used user information for advertising. So there is a big difference between whether you use someone's information just to, like, provide them therapy, compared to if you use it to sell them something, especially when the thing that you're selling them is a telehealth service, is a therapy service, like yourself. Then you have, they misled users to believe that their information would not be given to third parties for advertising or their own use. So basically, they either indirectly or on some occasions directly stated to users that they would not have their information shared with third parties for allergies are killing me, for advertising. Then you have misled users to believe that their information would not be used for advertising, period. Not even by Betterhelp themselves, which is a promise that they did not live up to. Then misled users to believe that their information would not be shared with anyone besides their therapist, which kind of overlaps with this, but it's still a separate count. And then finally, misled users to believe that Betterhelp services were HIPAA compliant. For those who don't know, HIPAA is basically a Health Insurance Privacy Act that basically exists as a government legislation that defines the standards that a service has to live up to, a health service has to live up to, in order to protect their consumers or their patients' information and privacy. Betterhelp, up until around 2020, on their webpage, displayed HIPAA's logo at the bottom to imply that they were HIPAA compliant. In actuality, they were not. If you go onto Betterhelp's website now, you will realize that they have now removed that. However, they did not remove that until people started calling them out for it. So, again, not a great look. So now that you had all of this in terms of what the FTC was saying about Betterhelp, I was curious about how Betterhelp had changed its webpage in the year since this particular penalty. So I went to their website. Specifically, I went to their privacy policies page. Now, it's always a great look when an organization that was, torn apart by the media, by consumers, by the FTC for violating privacy guidelines, has a pop-up at the bottom of their page that says, "We process personally identifiable information and personal health information to conduct our business and provide you with effective service." And they don't actually give you an option to decline this particular data harvesting. So yeah, that was a great look right off the bat. But then you get into the actual contents of the webpage. So they have a few FAQs about their privacy policy that they answer. First, do you sell my data? Their answer: we aren't paid by anyone for any data. However, in California, where Betterhelp's HQ is based, the laws define quote-unquote sale broadly to include the sharing of personal information in exchange for anything of value. If you opt into our use of advertising cookies and web beacons, this may be considered a quote-unquote sale of personal information under that specific California law. So what that essentially means is that they are not being compensated monetarily. However, in order to, in their words, provide you with effective service, they might end up sharing it in exchange for something else. Now, again, I'm not saying that Betterhelp does this, but I will point out that if you set up a deal where you tell someone something about yourself in exchange that they will advertise you to other people, that is technically not a sale because there's no money being exchanged. But that is, according to this Californian law, still a sale in the sense that you are giving information in exchange for something of value. And I want you to put a pin in that because we're going to get to that in a second. The second question: are you using my data for advertising? In order to reach people who may be looking for mental health support, we advertise on some third-party web properties, such as third-party websites and apps. In order to minimize advertising costs related to this process and downstream costs to you, we strive to deliver ads that are relevant, interesting, and personal. Now, just a tip from someone who's studied media. Whenever a service whenever a service tries to portray advertising to a consumer or a user using the words relevant, interesting, and personal, what they are referring to is targeted advertising that is based on information that you may or may not have unknowingly, unwittingly provided to them. That is just a euphemism for the fact that they are targeting you based on information that you might not even be aware that you are sharing. So, another thing, I love how they try to sell this as like something that they're doing for their consumers because they want to minimize the downstream costs to everyone who uses them. But this is basically them saying that they will use your data so that you receive targeted advertising around mental health support. Now, the ethics of that are dubious at best, but it gets worse. So they then specify, if you opt in to advertising cookies and web beacons, some visitor data, excluding activity when you're logged in and have started therapy, may be shared for advertising purposes. So, visitor data, that's a pretty vague term. What do they mean by that? Well, in that same page, they go on to specify what exactly they include as visitor data. When you visit the website, app, or platform, again, note that they say app or platform, which means that this technically might include paying users. We process information like particular pages visited or which features you interacted with, the amount of time on the website or app, site/app/platform errors, information about the type of device and browser you're using, and IP address. We may process IP address, hashed email address, external identifiers, and internal identifiers, if available, based on the settings of your device, and will share the information with third parties if you opt into advertising and web beacons. So, what that means is, even if you're just using their app, they will take note of how often you use that app, how long you spend on that app, your IP address, and what the device you're using to access that service is. And again, this applies with if you're using their app or platform, not just if you're visiting their website like I was doing. So then they specify, what is this used for? Connecting you with therapy services. Again, that sounds like a euphemism for advertising. Facilitating tools for you and your therapist, communicating with you, monitoring and improving therapy quality, personalizing your web or app experience, helping us understand how you use our services, how we can improve products and services to make them more effective and convenient, and offer you new features, complying with laws, protecting your safety and the safety of others, send opportunities, promotions, news, updates, and reminders about our services and your account. So, again, I would say that this data is something of value, and they've said, basically, that they are willing to use it to quote-unquote connect you with therapy services. So, when they give this information to third parties to connect you with therapy services, I'll leave that up to you guys to interpret what exactly that means when you take away all the corporate gobbledygook that's associated with that. So, to go further, underneath that particular section where they say, are you using my data for advertising? They also say that they also have a section on how long they retain this data for. And in that particular section, they say, compliance obligations require us to retain records documenting certain interactions you have with us related to your membership. So this applies to like paying members using this service. As such, we cannot honor erasure requests for information contained in the records of communications about compliance and erasure or access requests, but also disclosures of personal data to third parties. So essentially what happens is if you have a BetterHelp subscription and you choose to cancel your subscription, not only do you have to, confirm that you want to remove your membership, and that in and of itself, from what I've heard, has been quite a bit of it's a little bit of a Sisyphean task to try and unsubscribe from the service, potentially by design. But on top of that, once you've cancelled your membership, you separately have to go to a different a different area of the cancellation dialog to select a request to erase the information that BetterHelp has collected from you. And what this section is saying is that BetterHelp cannot honor erasure requests. So basically, they are not able to remove the information that you requested to be erased from the disclosures that they've made to third parties. So if they've passed on your info to a third party, even if you request that they erase that information from their own platform, they have no way of getting it back from that third party. So, okay, look, let's be very, very generous and charitable for a second. Let's say, okay, maybe if the third party is closely related to the delivery of your therapy service, maybe it's okay that you share your data with those third parties. Because again, if this is a bad look, but it might look less bad depending on what those third parties are. And to BetterHelp's credit, they do have a section where they talk about third-party advertisers, right? To be clear, we don't share any data or information you share with your therapist with any third-party advertisers. Even if you opt into advertising cookies and web beacons, we still don't share information with third-party advertisers like member names, email addresses. Funny, because they did say that they will share, slightly redacted email addresses, phone numbers, clinician diagnoses, questionnaire answers, that's a bit of a lie, sessions, data, and journal entries, messages, worksheets, and any other type of private communication you have with your therapist on the platform. So again, they will not share the information that you disclose in your sessions with your therapist to third parties, but they will share stuff besides that. So again, at the bottom, they have a third-party partners disclosure list, where they basically list out who these third parties are. Who are they sharing this information with? And I think you'll be as surprised as, maybe not as surprised, but as unimpressed as I was when you actually see what this third-party list looks like. So, the third parties that BetterHelp is sharing this information with are Meta, TikTok, Snapchat, and Reddit. These are the third parties that they've disclosed on their own website under their privacy policies page, and that they've named explicitly. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think any of these four apps or platforms have any business knowing whether I'm looking for therapy, how often I use therapy every month, when during the month I tend to ramp up in my use of therapy, or my IP address, device, whatever, or how long I spend using that therapy app. Again, I don't trust any of these four advertisers with any kind of information pertaining to my mental health. Let me remind you that Meta, who owns Facebook, once launched a study where they tried to use their platform to manipulate the emotions of their users, all without ever bothering to obtain their consent. So, again, these aren't really third-party advertisers that deserve the information that can be gleaned from how you use therapy. If you're curious about that Facebook thing that I talked about just then, search up Facebook Emotional Contagion Study. I have gone through it in the first stream I ever had on this channel, so you feel free to check out that VOD as well if that interests you. But yeah. Yep, it's the triple uh-oh for use of information for advertisements on the internet. Yep. So A2, we don't disclose your information except to practically the entire internet. That's true, because between the four of these, you've covered basically every corner of the internet you can find. And again, these are not
advertisers. These are not third parties that are essential to the administering of your therapy service. They have nothing to do with it. So again, I have to ask, why are you sharing this information with these 4 parties? So, as a little bit of a recap, there are 2 things that we've learned from BetterHelp by looking at their privacy policies. 1, BetterHelp may not be able to honor your data erasure requests for disclosures made to these 4 parties. And 2, BetterHelp does not receive any quote-unquote payment for disclosing your information to these third parties in exchange for something of value. So, again, purely hypothetically, if BetterHelp were to set up a deal where they pass on your information to these parties in exchange that these parties will, throw a few advertisements their way to users of their platform, well, then there's no sale, according to BetterHelp. On top of that, what could potentially happen as well, and again, this is me speculating based on my personal opinion of BetterHelp. If they declassify the information of their users, for example, and what I mean by declassify is they remove any mention of your email address, your name, any personally identified information, aside from the general area and time of increased usage of their platform, and they pass all that information on to advertisers, theoretically, let's say Facebook could still look at all of that information that they have and go, okay, a lot of users in this area around this time of the month tend to look for therapy. So let's toss a few telehealth ads their direction for all the users that on our app also indicate that they come from this region around this time of the month. That is possible for Facebook to do. And again, based on Facebook's colorful history of misusing the data that comes along with consumers and users, I don't think that's that out there to speculate on. So, to elaborate a little bit further on BetterHelp's information retention policy. So this is basically their policy on how long it takes for them to erase your data. And this is something that kind of made my eyes bug out of my head a little bit. So, they say, BetterHelp's data retention policies are based upon what data is being processed, whether or not the member has participated in therapy, and if the member proactively requested data erasure or the erasure is triggered due to platform inactivity. So again, first off, you need to, as a member, actively request data erasure or else it will stay on the platform for at least a while. So by a while, what do I mean? Well, they specify. So, I am a member who, and they have different tiers of engagement, and then they define how these tiers of engagement have their data erased accordingly. So, if you are a member who did not request data erasure and did not start therapy, your data will be retained for 3 years after your last login and is then erased. So, again, if you don't consciously proactively make the decision to erase your data, they will do it themselves after 3 years. And again, this is them saying that they will do it themselves after 3 years. If you are a member who did start therapy but did not request data erasure, your data will be retained for 10 years, a decade after your last login date, and is then erased. So, it is a little interesting that if you did start therapy, they retain it for longer, even though if you did start therapy, chances are your data's, in my opinion, a little bit more sensitive, a little bit more valuable than if you didn't start therapy, because chances are you probably disclosed more things to BetterHelp in that time. So that's interesting. If you are a user who did not start therapy but did request data erasure, your data is erased within 24 hours of erasure request. However, if you are a user who did start therapy and did request data erasure, your information, which is classified as clinical health record communications, complaints or deletion requests or disclosures to third parties is erased after 10 years. And again, a decade before they erase it, in spite of the fact that you both started therapy and you actively requested data erasure. That data will be hung on to for a decade after you request its erasure. All other personal identifiable information in the following categories is erased within 24 hours. So, again, some data they will erase immediately, but others, such as disclosures made to third parties, like Meta, TikTok, Snap, and Reddit, that only gets erased after a decade from your request. So, Funneless, thank you for the super. Glad that the only therapist I've ever had is one with tens of thousands of years of established history. Beer. Alcohol is one of the best therapists you can act. Well, okay. In my personal opinion, and I say this as a joke, I think that alcohol is a far superior therapy service than Betterhelp. So, at the end of all of this, right, it's looking pretty grim. Because this is how BetterHelp's privacy policy is worded even after getting turned inside out by the FTC. So, how has this affected their advertising efforts? Depressingly, the answer seems to be they haven't really been affected at all. So, even as recently as like last month, they've had advertisements, they've had creator endorsements being done by people like Anthony Padilla, Trash Taste, Daniel Thrasher, or even last year, Cody Ko. These are internet legends, people who are massive on YouTube, and yet they are still endorsing BetterHelp. And again, I want to make this really clear. I do not want any of you guys or anyone who sees this VOD to go out and harass these people or, condemn them or make their lives miserable over the fact that they accepted a BetterHelp sponsorship. Because while I don't believe that they are entirely ignorant, I don't believe it's malicious either, or at least I don't want to take that leap just off of the face of this. So for now, at least, the main thing that I want you guys to take away from just the fact that these are still, as recently as, 29th of June, these are still going on, is the fact that BetterHelp has not really had a problem with, continuing their advertising, despite the fact that their privacy policy is still sus, to say the least. And the thing that I want you to take away from this is that creators, all creators, myself included, we are not qualified to act as a safety measure between you and an advertiser. And this gets into a phenomenon in sociology. And this is something that I've done over the course of the theater part of my degree. A phenomenon known as security theater. Now, security theater is basically when you take measures that are designed to give people a feeling of security but don't actually provide any additional safety. So when you really think about it, the reason why creator endorsements can be classed under the umbrella of security theater is because they are endorsing a product that banks on their likability, the fact that you like them as creators, as personas, etc., etc. But again, they are not qualified to vet that product. They are not people who are obligated, or at least not legally obligated, to look really deeply into an advertiser before they promote it to you as their audience. So again, while their personas act as a measure of security and safety in the eyes of their audience, that actually doesn't do anything to verify the legitimacy or even the effectiveness of whatever it is they are promoting. To expand a little bit further on the idea of security theater, let's say, for example, that you are the owner of a nightclub, right? and that you need to ramp up security because in recent times there's been more armed robberies or general crime around your area. You have a big event planned, and as such, you have an additional budget of $6,000 for a single night's event that you can use to ramp up security. Now, you want your patrons to feel safe so that they come, they enjoy themselves, etc., etc. But there are two ways in which you can utilize this $6,000. You can get 3 additional security guards that are more costly but actually have proper training, or you can just go looking for a bunch of muscly dudes for less of a price and you can hire more of them. The thing is, if you go with this option, you might end up making your establishment look more secure to the patrons who are there. But should anything actually happen, should a crazy person wander in with a knife or a gun and start, fucking shit up, these people are going to be significantly less effective, if at all effective, at controlling the situation than these people. And again, this is security theater, a measure that makes you feel safe without actually making you more safe. So, whenever you approach a YouTube sponsorship, a YouTube endorsement, and again, if at some point in the future I go with an endorsement myself, I choose to take on a sponsorship for something, although hopefully I won't be taking a sponsorship for something anywhere close to Betterhelp, and I promote something to you, I want you to understand that any creator, myself included, is not qualified to vet the product, and that as a consumer, you are going to have to vet that product yourself. Even if the product isn't inherently faulty or exploitative or unethical, even if it is just a product that works occasionally or works for some people, you still need to make sure that it's going to work for you. Otherwise, it's not going to, it's not going to add anything to your life. So again, yeah, it's a question of quality versus quantity. And us people who are advertising stuff to you, as a creator, we are unable to make that judgment for you, whether something is quantity or whether something actually has quality and substance. Now, where does this all lead? So, about a few months ago, I was meeting up with a friend of mine who is a YouTuber, and the topic of Betterhelp came up. And this YouTuber, again, this explains why Betterhelp gets away with this so often. This YouTuber friend of mine did not know what Betterhelp was. So I told them. I basically said that, in my opinion, Betterhelp was, at the period of time prior to being investigated by the FTC, essentially it was functioning like a data brokerage company masquerading as a therapy service, as an online therapy service. And understandably, when they heard that, they were horrified and disgusted, and they decided, look, that sounds awful. And again, I said, if Betterhelp ever contacts you looking for a sponsorship deal, I would advise you to turn that down, because even though they have a reputation for paying a lot, it's probably not worth it in the long run, and it's just a garbage service to begin with. So we had that conversation, we said our goodbyes, and that was that for a few weeks afterwards. Until I get a message saying, guess who just showed up in my email inbox? And lo and behold, this creator, who has, again, small creator, less than 100k subs, but has multiple videos with over 100k views. So they were a medium to small size creator that would definitely attract the attention of Betterhelp. And it turns out they did. So initially, when they messaged me, they were saying, Lamau, look at this. Betterhelp is looking for a sponsorship deal with me right after we talked about this, right? But I realized that we had a bit of an opportunity to do a little bit of digging. So I asked this creator to set up what was essentially a bit of a honeypot scheme, where I wanted them to see how far they could get into the partnership process, how much information they could glean from BetterHelp without actually signing anything. And, to this individual's credit, they got pretty far, in my opinion at least. So, looking at what they said in this email. Hi, I hope you are doing well. I recently came across your YouTube channel and instantly connected with the authenticity and great energy you bring to your videos. Sorry, give me a second to blow my nose. Yeah, a little tomfoolery. We do a bit of trolling. So yeah, I believe I have a sponsorship opportunity that will resonate with your audience. I'm reaching out on behalf of BetterHelp, an online counseling service that has over 30,000 licensed therapists that have helped over 2.5 million people. BetterHelp provides a platform where clients can be matched with a professional counselor and conduct therapy sessions via phone or computer. I think you could be a really meaningful potential partner for BetterHelp, and I would love to connect with you and hear your thoughts on this opportunity. So, this friend of mine responded that they were interested, and then they sent another email saying, going into more detail about what they would expect from, the video integration of their ad. They said, for the integration, we have talking points provided for you that cover a short summary of what I explained above. This is basically, their entire business pitch. However, we do leave our talking points rather flexible to allow you to add in personal experience if you feel comfortable doing so. Whether you want to discuss your experience trying out BetterHelp, as we do provide a 3-month free trial, or share a previous situation in your life which you would have benefited from going to therapy for, having a personal tie-in can really help the integration resonate with your audience. Essentially what they're saying here is you don't have to be personal, but it really helps us if you are. And then again, that said, there is no pressure to share anything with your audience that you aren't comfortable discussing, so we will leave that experience up to you. Please let me know if you have any further questions, etc., etc. So, again, at this point, they were in. And after responding positively to this message, my friend received a contract from BetterHelp. And again, this is what I assume would be the contract that they send out to all creator partners before actually sending them all the stuff to do with like what to say in your ads, approving ad reads, etc., etc., or even deciding on which videos those ad reads would be going into. So, what does this contract actually look like? Well, it looks like this. Now, the first thing you might notice about this contract is that it's not actually between BetterHelp and the creator, or at least not just between BetterHelp and the creator, but it's actually between a company called Influence Logic LLC and the creator. This document constitutes a work order under the services agreement by and between Influence Logic and the creator to promote BetterHelp and dated at the date of signing. Influence Logic is essentially a business partner of BetterHelp that reaches out to influencers, that gets their signatures on BetterHelp's behalf in order for these partnerships to go forward. And then the Influence Logic, they have one of their founders, a man by the name of Joel Robinson. Then you fill out your name, you have the service that has, bought Influence Logic's help, etc., etc. So, this is the first time that I had ever seen, and again, this is an unsigned contract, so it should be fine for me to share this with you guys. But this is the first time I'd ever heard of Influence Logic, because, and when I think about it, it kind of makes sense, because Influence Logic is not something that would ever have any reason to become known to audiences or to consumers, because they are purely there to represent BetterHelp in relations with their creators or their partnered creators. So I went to search up what Influence Logic actually was. And it turns out that Influence Logic markets themselves as a go-between, a middleman for brand partnerships with creators and influencers that partner industry-leading brands with content creators and influencers to scale growth, income, and impact. So again, you have a lot of business speak, a lot of finance bro language, and at the in the same page they show you what their who their founders are. Basically, you have the aforementioned Joel Robinson and another guy by the name of Steve Messer. Keep those two names in mind because we will be getting to them in a second. Now, when you go down the page, you have their mission statement. We empower brands. Our company is committed to your success by driving tangible, attributable, and predictable results through a variety of channels. Performance-based, pay only for actual results like new customers and product sales. Transparency, knowing which creators are in your program and who is performing at all times. And end-to-end communication. Leave tedious tasks like contracts, compliance, that sounds quite ominous, and payments all to us. Again, it's kind of funny that when you have businesses operating with one another, they emphasize these things like performance-based review, transparency, and clear communication, which is not really something that these organizations tend to provide to their consumers. But yeah. Anyways, moving on. Further down the page, they list their core services and benefits, influencer and partnership program management. So basically, they manage the contracts, they get the influencers to sign, they make sure they enforce the terms of compliance, etc., etc. So again, compliance, contracts, and payments. They handle paying the partners that endorse the brands that hire them, and also performance-based paid media. They are the ones that oversee that when your videos are supposed to hit a certain number, or when they're supposed to pay you based on the numbers that your video makes or reaches. They are the ones overseeing all of that. They are the ones evaluating that and paying you accordingly. Betterhelp does not actually handle that. It's all handed off to Influence Logic. And when you go down the page, then you get to endorsements from brands that Influence Logic has partnered up with before. And lo and behold, one of those endorsements comes from Jeff Williams, the Senior Director of Business Development at Betterhelp. Oh, Chris Broer, thank you for the 20. I'm not quite sold yet. Do they mayhaps also have some NFTs people can invest in to drum up the hype? Honestly, actually, here's the thing. The people who founded Influence Logic have a background in crypto, and we'll get to that in a second. So, according to Jeff, I have personally worked with Influence Logic for over 3 years, and they have been a core partner of ours as we've scaled customer acquisition. Customer acquisition basically means more advertising to get more users. They're easy to work with, effective, and hardworking. They've helped me manage partnerships at a scale that would not otherwise have been possible. A scale that would not otherwise have been impossible. I think he's accidentally contradicted himself there. I highly recommend the Influence Logic team to other brands that are looking to scale their partnerships in a powerful way. Again, very, a little filleting. You have that little circle jerk action going on between Betterhelp and other brands and promoting Influence Logic as a business partner. But aside from that, yeah, honestly, looking at what Betterhelp has accomplished with the help of Influence Logic, I would say that Influence Logic is indeed a very powerful partner and a very effective and hard-working business accomplice to Betterhelp. So, to go on, something else that I was interested in is the influencer agreement. Influence Logic's influencer agreement that was actually linked to in the contract. So I pulled it up and this is what it looks like. So there are a few things in the influencer agreement that are a little interesting, to say the least. So at the beginning you have your customary just defining the terms of the agreement. You have the definition of engagement, what does it mean to engage an influencer on behalf of the advertiser. So they define the advertiser being Betterhelp, the influencer being the creator, and the agency being Influence Logic. Second, they have the term. So again, basically stating how long the agreement will last for. The agreement will have an initial term of 1 year from the date of execution unless terminated by one of the parties according to Section 4 of this agreement, which we will get to on the next slide. Third, the quality of influencer services. So they actually do outline the metric that they use to judge how effective an ad is for Betterhelp, or indeed for any client or advertiser that partners with them. So, what is this Section 4 say? Oh, actually, sorry. First, it's been a while since I've seen this slide, so there are a bunch of other things first. Okay, so one of the things that I found really funny is that in Section 15 of this agreement, they talk about force majeure. I don't speak French. I hope I pronounced that correctly. But if either party is unable to perform any of its obligations by reason of fire or other casualty, strike, act, or order of public authority, act of God, pandemic, local, state, or national government shutdown, or any other cause beyond control of such party, then such party will be excused from performing during the pendency of such cause. Again, it's kind of funny that in their fail-safe clause where they're saying that these are the, acceptable reasons for, just being exempt from the terms of the contract, they include act of God. Because, look, I'll be honest, I think BetterHelp does deserve an act of God to stop them from operating. But yeah, anyways. They also have 2 sections above this on representations and warranties. Representations and warranties basically states influencer represents and warrants that 1, the influencer has no obligations, legal or otherwise, inconsistent with the terms of this agreement, or the influencer's undertaking of this relationship with the agency on behalf of the advertiser, and 2, that the performance of the services called for by this agreement do not and will not violate any applicable law, rule, or regulation. So the first thing basically says that the influencer, by signing this agreement, promises that they don't have any sort of legal or other kinds of obligations that might come into conflict with their duties to Betterhelp. The second is that the performance of these services do not... Basically, it's saying that in promoting Betterhelp, you won't be doing anything illegal. Third, the influencer will not use the performance of his responsibilities under this agreement or any confidential information or trade secrets, to disclose any confidential or trade secrets to any other person or entity. Basically, you won't leak internal information that they give to you after signing this agreement. Fourth, that the influencer will comply with all applicable... Again, that's basically just more, don't do anything illegal while promoting our service. 5, the influencer has read and shall comply with all the terms of this agreement. 6, all content generated by the services, except for any material, will be original work. So basically, if we don't care what you do in your content as long as it's not illegal, and we don't care how you promote us as long as you don't plagiarize the advertisement. Then you have the influencer has the right and authority to enter into this agreement without violating the rights of any third party. So basically, if you are signing up to this, if you're signing this agreement, if you're signing up to be a partner for Betterhelp, you are not infringing on the rights of anybody else by doing so. Then, the next section, indemnification. The influencer hereby indemnifies and agrees to defend and hold harmless agency and advertiser from and against any third party or regulatory or government claims, demands, and actions, and any liabilities, damages, or expenses resulting therefrom, including court costs and attorney's fees arising from, etc., will be made by the influencer. So, again, basically, what this means is that, if I'm reading this correctly, the influencer, by signing this agreement, agrees that they will do everything in their power to, in their promotion of Betterhelp, protect it from any sort of government claim or regulation, or any sort of legal trouble. Again, what that means is, so this can fall under the general umbrella of don't do anything illegal when you're promoting our service. However, this also includes, if I'm interpreting this correctly, the fact that the influencer needs to make sure that they don't actually say anything that describes Betterhelp inaccurately. And the reason why this is really important to include is because Betterhelp themselves have falsely promoted aspects of their service to their consumers. Things like, for example, being HIPAA compliant. So essentially, what this section seems to mean is that influencers should only say what Betterhelp allows them to say. If an influencer accidentally says something along the lines of, BetterHelp is HIPAA compliant, and as a result of that, their promotion of BetterHelp using that fact is interpreted by the FTC or any other regulatory body as a slight against BetterHelp in terms of false promotion, then the influencer themselves has according to this agreement, a financial obligation to help BetterHelp defend themselves from that government regulation or other regulatory body. So again, this is basically a clause saying, don't say anything that we don't tell you to say. If you accidentally promote our service based on something we don't actually do and we get in trouble, you are going down with us, right? So that's basically what this section says. Again, I don't have legal training. I can't speak legalese. I don't have too much experience reading contracts, but I think I'm reading this correctly. And again, if there's anyone else who does have a background in law and who has read through this, if they want to confirm after watching the VOD or anything, feel free to do so down in the comments. All right, the next thing. On the topic of data security and protection. So, in Clause 8, they say, influencers' failure to comply with any of the positions is a material breach of the applicable services agreement, in which case the advertiser may terminate the services agreement effectively upon written notice without further liability or obligation to influencer. Basically, that means if you do something wrong as an influencer and BetterHelp decides to terminate the contract, they don't have to pay you. They don't have to warn you, except just in writing, right? So the next clause, though, is again, another one on indemnification. The influencer shall defend, indemnify, and hold harmless advertiser and advertiser's parent company and their subsidiaries, affiliates, and their respective officers, directors, employees, agents, successors, and permitted assigns from and against all losses, damages, etc., as a result of whatever kind of indemnification hereunder and pursuant, etc., etc. So basically it's saying the same thing as the previous clause that we looked at, where if you say anything wrong and we get in trouble because of it, it's your job to defend us as a result of the trouble that we attracted from your claim. However, here is where the agreement mentions explicitly the advertiser's parent company. And prior to doing this whole thing, again, the parent company of BetterHelp was brought up in the upper echelon video, but I didn't really have a lot of knowledge on what it was. Turns out, BetterHelp is owned by a company called Teladoc, which acquired BetterHelp in 2015, if I'm remembering this correctly. What is Teladoc? Teladoc is basically a telehealth company or a telehealth corporation that's trying to move health services online. This is stuff like either, in the case of BetterHelp, actually moving the service itself to an online platform or simply utilizing online platforms to connect patients with, doctors, counselors, whatever. So this is their main sales pitch. For your physical health, for your mental health, for clinicians, for hospitals, for all of it in one place for life. And then they name individuals, organizations, and clinicians as their three main target demographics. Then, when you scroll down... Oh, sorry. So when I did some Googling on... when I did some Googling on Teladoc, right, I was just looking for more information on how they operated as a company. And I stumbled across this article by Behavioral Health Business, which is basically a mix between a health, if I'm interpreting this correctly, a mix between a health publication and a business publication, or more specifically, a business publication that looks at how industry traders in the business of healthcare are operating. So This article, by the name of Teladoc's Behavioral Health Business Betterhelp Decelerated After a Period of Hypergrowth, basically goes into a few things about how in 2023, in their between their second and fourth quarter, between their third and fourth quarter, BetterHelp's operations basically deflated a little bit. And in this article, it touches on Teladoc's philosophy when it comes to how they want to utilize, how they want to advertise BetterHelp. What do they prioritize when they look at BetterHelp? Why did they acquire BetterHelp? And there is one section at the bottom of this article that I personally find to be quite a bit concerning, and that is this. Teladoc purchased BetterHelp in 2015 for $17.2 million. In 2022, it referring to BetterHelp, raked in over $1 billion in revenue. While the organization is focused on more steady growth, it is looking to improve the productivity and efficiency of its staff. Now, whenever you get an organization talking about productivity and efficiency, that should automatically send off alarm bells in your head. Even more so when the staff in question are not like factory workers or something, but healthcare providers, doctors, or in this case, therapists, counselors, psychologists. When you're using metrics like productivity and efficiency to measure how well these people provide their services to patients, you run into a little bit of a problem because, again, healthcare is not that simple. And then you have a quote by the CEO of Teladoc, or I think it's the CEO. Sorry, let me just check. Oh, no, not the CEO. The Chief Financial Officer of Teladoc, by the name of someone called Murphy. We are taking steps and initiatives to improve therapist productivity, whether it be group therapy or more digital interactions. And then just to top it all off, in quarter 2 of 2023, the company highlighted artificial intelligence initiatives to help boost future efficiency. So again, not only are they, really doubling down on the squeezing productivity out of the people who work for them, they are also jumping on the artificial intelligence hype train. So, right off the face of it, this is not sounding like a healthcare service. This is sounding like any other startup or business that aims to generate profits above all else. In fact, since all of you are familiar with my content, this business model, this method of operation, might sound very familiar to you. So, again, this is something that other healthcare professionals, especially healthcare professionals who happen to be influencers, have touched upon as well. Dr. Mike, for example, has spoken about how he is very uneasy about how there are times where the commercialization of healthcare brings it in a direction that is unsustainable or incompatible with the nature of healthcare, which is that, doctors, therapists, psychologists, whatever, their job is not as simple as just being able to crank up productivity while still being able to maintain the effectiveness of whatever service they are providing. So when they talk about things like, looking into group therapy, looking into more digital interactions, sure, this might improve a productivity metric, but these two, at least to me, as despite the fact that I have no experience being a therapist, these don't sound like they would be that effective, especially not via the online platform. So it's very concerning to me when I read that this is where the chief financial officers of Teladoc's heads are at when they think about BetterHelp, when they think about this service that is supposed to give its users mental health support. Cold readings. Unless you want your doctor to be a copy editor. AI mental health sounds like crazy factory for profit. Again, this is not a metric that is compatible with the provision of mental health support, at least not in my understanding, as someone who does go to therapy, has gone to therapy, but is not a counselor or therapist or psychologist myself. again, it's kind of crazy that they would resort to this, because even okay, so I get that this is again, this touches on what I talked about at the beginning of this stream, where whenever you read an article, you should think about who this article is aimed at, who has it been written for. And I think that I and many of you are not the target demographic for this article, but just reading it, that is rough. So, the Niji profit model, indeed. So, again, here's where we start getting into the issue of how BetterHelp treats the therapists that work with it. And I went Googling, I went looking for more information on that, and I found this video made by a channel called Private Practice Skills that was released in the 24th of August of 2022, stating, "What's it really like to work as a BetterHelp therapist?" And there were two things about this video that immediately stood out to me. One, the very high like to dislike ratio. So again, this is a video that the audience who watched it felt was pretty helpful. Two, this was not sponsored by BetterHelp. So even though this is someone who worked with BetterHelp for a little bit, and this is a therapist that also asked around for the opinions of other therapists who also worked with BetterHelp, this video in and of itself has no influence from BetterHelp in the way that it is presented, which is why I tend to trust it a little bit more. And lo and behold, some of the concerns that were brought up in this video from the perspective of therapists who worked with BetterHelp was that BetterHelp was not a great environment for the therapist, that there were times when therapists felt pressured to quote unquote, be more productive in the way that they provided therapy to their clients. That there was an expectation that they would always be on the app. And sometimes, according to some of the responses that she got from other therapists who worked with BetterHelp, there were also concerns about the pay being too low. So, in the description of this video, if you go to it yourself, you will find a link to an Indeed page where employees of BetterHelp have left reviews on what they think about the business. So I went into the description and I clicked on that link. And when I went to that page that hosted these reviews, these are what those reviews looked like. And these are all the reviews that I could access for free. So you have a whole range of them. Across the entire range of the 5-star spectrum, you have one that's rated BetterHelp 5 out of 5, 3 out of 5, and then 1 out of 5. However, the thing that I find to be concerning is that across all three of these generalized tiers, one of the cons that all of them share is the idea that the therapists are not paid enough for their work. Even the 5-star that praises BetterHelp for being a service that's easy for, counselors to use or whatever. Cons: pay could be better. The 3-star review, everything is very innovative, but the pay is insulting. And then finally, with the 1-star, the overall experience is not satisfying due to the turnover of clients, meaning that your clients rotate in and out very frequently, and the poor pay. Now, again, you can choose to believe it, you can choose to not believe it, as to whether the environment of BetterHelp is actually a good one to operate in. It's totally up to you, right? Again, I can see why these three offer conflicting views of how friendly that environment is to therapists. But all three, regardless of what rating they gave BetterHelp, all pointed out that the therapists were not being compensated enough for the work that they were doing. And again, when you have a therapy service that has made it very obvious in the past that it does not care about its consumers, especially in light of what happened with the FTC, and when you get this information telling me that they might not really care about the therapists that administer their service either, suddenly this service is starting to look a lot worse. So, vulnerable people are captive markets. Good therapy requires Years, yeah, exactly. And again, if you have a review by a therapist saying that the turnover rate for clients is really high, that is concerning because that tells me that these clients are not getting the kind of help that will actually lead to a tangible improvement in their lives, because that help is often something that you can only build up to over an extended period of time. So, oh, Ardentop. Yeah, so the 5-star, you might ask if it's a bot review, and it is possible that it is. But again, even if it is a bot review, it still points out like something wrong with the service that all the other reviews, even the negative ones, agree with. So again, this tells me that this is a problem that is all but confirmed within BetterHelp's business model. I'm gonna take another drink of water because I can feel my voice dying. And Alice, work hard, pay less. Productivity, all right. Yep. And again, Alan, I do understand where you're coming from, because again, this is really common across all big corpos. And the reason why it is so common is unfortunately because this is a business practice that is as old as time. And what's more, unless the central consumer base reacts negatively to this being used, businesses that use these practices, that adopt this model towards operating, they tend to do well because that actually does generate more money in the short term. But again, once consumers, once workers start realizing that this is what's happening, that's the only time when these business models start to fail and stumble. So, anyways, pretty big tangent, admittedly, but so far we've managed to establish that this quote unquote service, BetterHelp, does not care about the people using it and does not seem to care about the therapists using it either. On top of that, if we look into influence logic, the company seems to be a little interesting, to say the least. And on the topic of influence logic, let's get back to the contract that they handed off to my friend. So, if we look at the next section of the contract, they outline the requirements of what is expected for the BetterHelp plug in your content. So for YouTube videos, the influencer's BetterHelp vanity URL, basically this is your personal creator link to access BetterHelp, must be the first line of the videos, must be on the first line of the video's description. This link must be hyperlinked. 2. The influencer must clearly display their vanity URL on the screen during the integration. So again, you need to make sure that that personal link that takes you to BetterHelp's website is visibly present both in your description and on your screen when you are doing the plug. Then, the first comment of the video must mention BetterHelp and the influencer's vanity URL. This comment must be pinned. And again, this particular criterion, the idea that you need your first comment, your pinned comment, to mention BetterHelp, to mention that you are sponsored by BetterHelp, and to contain the link to your BetterHelp, to your BetterHelp vanity URL. This is an addition that I suspect is quite recent, at least something that has only been added after 2021, and I'll explain why in a second. 4th, the influencer must adhere to FTC regulations regarding sponsorship disclosure. Now, again, I have no clue how recently this contract was amended. BetterHelp and Influence Logic don't tend to release patch notes to the public regarding how they do their influencer relations, but I suspect that this is something that they only really emphasized after the FTC started cracking down on creator sponsorships, and maybe possibly after the FTC fisted them for misleading consumers. So, anyways, moving on. Then they outline all of the other things, all the other platforms, what the requirements are for that. For all content, the influencer's BetterHelp vanity URL and promo code must be used in order to receive proper compensation. So again, they won't pay you unless they can see that that link is there in your description, in your pinned comment on the screen when you're promoting BetterHelp. And then the influencer must adhere to guidelines and prohibited conduct set forth below. Social media disclosure guidelines and brand guidelines and prohibited conduct incorporated by reference herein and attached here too. Again, that's basically a really wordy way of saying that you need to comply with the guidelines we've set, BetterHelp has set, YouTube has set, your government, whatever, regarding creator endorsements. Pretty self-explanatory. Now, the next part of that contract, with additional terms and provisions, the text is quite small, but it says the provisions, the requirements of what your integration should look like is as follows. A 1 to 2 minute integration in the first 5 minutes of a video, due for review by whatever the date is, or any other mutually agreed upon date, right? So, again, this particular minute integration in the first 5 minutes, this basically sets out how much you need to, this basically sets out how long the integration should be and when it should occur. So in this particular contract, it needs to occur within the first 5 minutes of your video. So not at the end, not in the middle, but at the beginning. And what I suspect goes on with the other contracts is that BetterHelp and Influence Logic in their contract will specify to the creator where in the video the ad occurs. And then finally you have the talking points. Talking creative points will send separately. Now, when I read this contract for the first time and I saw this, I got a bit sad because I thought, fuck. I won't be able to see what their talking points are unless my friend actually signs this contract. Until I went to Google and I tried looking up BetterHelp YouTube talking points. And it turns out their PDF for these talking points is the first search result that comes up. So, what are BetterHelp's YouTube talking points and compliance requirements? Whoever uploaded this onto Google, by the way, is absolute legend. Opening. To open the integration, we recommend that you share your personal connections to mental health or a personal story about mental health at the beginning of the integration and throughout the integration. So again, draw on your own experiences when it comes to seeking therapy or struggling with mental health. And again, this could be, but is not limited to the following. So they even specify what kind of things they want you to talk about should you choose to do that. How has therapy, either through BetterHelp or another form, helped you in some way? Consider including specific examples. If you have not done therapy, what is a personal challenge or situation that therapy or speaking with a professional therapist might have been able to help you with? And then, was there ever a time when you were struggling with your mental health but didn't open up to your loved ones because you felt you'd be a burden to them? How did that affect you? How would talking to a therapist have helped? So, then at the bottom they have a small note. Please spend 75% of your integration talking about this opener and the remaining 25% touching on the talking points below. You do not need to touch on every single talking point. So again, according to their, talking points, according to their recommendations for how this integration should work, they want this to sound like a personal thing, a personal anecdote. They want you to clothe this particular promotion under the guise of you opening up to your audience about your mental health. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specified that they recommend 75%, 3/4 of your integration, not actually on the talking points that they provide, but on your own personal experiences. And again, this touches on what I mentioned earlier about security theater, because this is not a creator opening up about something personal. This is also why in previous streams, I've also been really emphatic on the idea of making it very clear to you guys when I'm about to tell you something personal or something that looks personal, and why I've been so adamant that you guys view everything I share with you, regardless of how personal it sounds, as just content, just a part of my online persona. Because if you don't, that might invite you to invest emotionally in something that might be a little bit more commercial or cynical than you at first believe. So, Moving on to what these talking points actually are. So, how BetterHelp helps. 1. Introduce BetterHelp as the sponsor of the video. This is a very important step because if you don't do this, the FTC might fist you instead. 2. BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist who is trained to listen and give you helpful, unbiased advice. Again, something that will become very relevant when we look at other aspects of BetterHelp and their advertised services is that they don't really say that this therapist will give you anything that is comparable to face-to-face therapy, but they will emphasize that the therapist is trained to listen and give you advice. So, first, you go to their site, you can use my link to answer a few questions. BetterHelp will match you with a professional who has years of experience. Again, this is basically saying that when you sign up to BetterHelp, you need to do a questionnaire before you access their service. And as we've stated before, as we've looked at before, according to BetterHelp's privacy policy, the results of that questionnaire, while they won't be shared for advertising purposes according to BetterHelp, they might still be used for other reasons, and these results of your questionnaire, should you start therapy, should you request erasure, might not be erased as soon as you think they would be. 4th, you can do it all from your phone or computer via phone call, video chat, or messaging, however you feel most comfortable. The easiest possible way to start talking to a therapist. Again, the major selling points are going to be convenience above everything else. Because when we look at everything else, privacy, effectiveness, ethics, really their only selling point is convenience. Okay, 5th, you'll be matched with a therapist, usually within 48 hours, so you can get started fast. Please ensure you say usually if you mention being matched within 48 hours. This gets back to section, I believe, 15 in the 14 in the Influence Logic's creator agreement, where they talk about the importance of making sure that you only promote BetterHelp according to what BetterHelp has allowed you to promote them on. This is why they have clauses like saying usually, because BetterHelp themselves are very aware that they are not always able to stick to this 48-hour rule, even though they want the influencer to bring up that 48-hour number. So, ironically, it's not convenient at all. Yeah, someone said this to Mutaha, it'll be epic. I think Mutaha's already looked at BetterHelp before, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's already seen a lot of this material. But again, like, this is real dodge. So anyways, moving on. Video description requirements. Let our sponsor BetterHelp connect you to a therapist who can support you, all from the comfort of your own home. Again, really selling convenience as the main thing that consumers should look to BetterHelp for. If you have any questions about the brand relating to how therapists are licensed, their privacy policy, or therapist compensation model, check out this FAQ. The link, and then they link to their FAQ page on their website, which we will get to in a bit. So yeah, anyways, they outline a bunch of other requirements, etc., etc. Everything's fine and dandy, the kind of stuff you would expect. Now, let's look at their compliance requirements, which comes after that. So, the first two are the ones that I want to emphasize especially. First, the video has been marked for paid promotion. So basically, this is like the first 10 seconds of the video, right? If you mark this as a thing in your YouTube, when you're editing your YouTube video, when you're uploading it, there will be an option to tick that your video contains paid promotion. Basically, you have to tick this so that in the first 10 seconds of your video, in the upper left corner of the YouTube video of the playback, you will have like a tiny tab that says, this is a video that contains paid promotion on YouTube's end. Second thing, and this is something that I want you to keep in mind, and this is an addition that I suspect, for reasons that I'll get into later, they only added after 2021. Audible verbal sponsorship within first 5 seconds of mentioning the brand. So what that means is the moment in your video that you say the word BetterHelp, within 5 seconds of that, either before or after, you need to disclose to your audience audibly that you have been sponsored by them. Again, this sounds kind of like, basic stuff. Even if you had brain damage, you would know to do this. But I suspect it's an addition that they've only made within the last 3 years. Now, quality guidelines. Below are the key components that you will find to be components of a successful sponsorship. Basically, this is all the stuff that BetterHelp wants you to do in their sponsorship segment. But again, it's probably not essential. It's probably negotiable with BetterHelp on a case-by-case basis, but this is all the stuff that they want you to do. Show your face in at least 50% of the segment, show the product in action or associated B-roll for 10 seconds, do not segment your sponsored integration into its own chapter. Again, this is not a hard and fast rule because I have seen videos where it has been segmented, and I'm assuming that was negotiated with BetterHelp prior to the video being uploaded. Creator shares a special discount and encourages their audience to click the link. So I have heard from other sources, other videos talking about the situation, that creators do get paid based on how many people click that link in some cases, although in other cases, especially when dealing with smaller creators, BetterHelp does tend to offer just lump sum payments, although they are quite sizable lump sums. And then you can connect your video topic to the brand for a smooth transition into the sponsor segment, and then no noticeable decrease in the quality of the sponsorship segment compared to the rest of the video. Basically, this is a pretty vague rule, but essentially what that means is there isn't too much of a notable shift between your actual content and the sponsorship segment. Think about the way that Internet Historian does his ad reads, right? So again, no noticeable drop in quality because they are just as edited as the content of the video proper. And ideally, I suspect that is the kind of thing that BetterHelp wants from its promotions as well. So then at the bottom of the contract, you have the approval process. All content must be sent to Influence Logic for approval before publishing. Any comments shall be limited to compliance with any pre-approved creative brief and the law. And again, this is basically just saying that Influence Logic, again, will be dealing with all of the sponsorships before they go live on BetterHelp's behalf. Then you have the brand disclosure requirements. The client requires that the influencer adhere to specific advertising, promotion, and marketing disclosures when completing this agreement. Again, this basically doubles down on the don't break any laws while promoting our service part of the agreement. Then confidential information. Basically, as a partner, you will have access to certain information about BetterHelp once you've signed this agreement, and you are you have agreed in writing to not leak any of that to anyone else. So this is also why, if a creator has signed an agreement with BetterHelp, as some of the other creators that I showed earlier have done, this is why I suspect that even if they find out, as part of being on the inside, that BetterHelp is doing something wrong or unethical, they won't be able to share that information with their audience because this part of their agreement exists. That they have to keep anything that pertains to the, that is confidential or proprietary or pertains to the operation of the business to themselves, between them and BetterHelp. So again, once someone has signed this agreement, they can pretty much not say anything more in greater detail about what BetterHelp is doing right or wrong. So we know how BetterHelp wants the influencers to do their ad reads. We know how the contract outlines it, but Influence Logic have their own brand compliance guidelines. So I wanted to cross-reference all of those with this. So again, this beginning section is just really emphasizing if you are going to do a sponsorship segment on our behalf, you must say that you are doing this while being sponsored, right? Pretty basic stuff. So the next part is where it gets interesting, because here Influence Logic is a bit more explicit than BetterHelp when they say the audible verbal disclosure must immediately precede the product discussion, where you say, for example, this video is sponsored by, or I receive commissions for referrals to BetterHelp. Again, BetterHelp, in that talking points document, and I suspect that that document might be a little old, it basically just said that you only need it within 5 seconds before or after. Influence Logic, though, on their website makes it even more restrictive, because they say that not only does it have to be 5 seconds before or after, it has to be 5 seconds before. So, again, so this is something that I will keep coming back to, but this has not been there for, I suspect at least, more than 3 or 4 years. And then to keep going on, in the video description, if the creator mentions the brand audibly, there must be a disclosure above the fold. If the creator does not audibly mention the brand audibly in the video, disclosure must be made directly below or beside the affiliate link in the written description. Again, if you don't say aloud, which BetterHelp specifies you need to, and which Influence Logic also says you need to, you at least have to put it in the description immediately. Also, they say that pinned comment, paid promotion feature, again, same things as what BetterHelp said. But again, this is the thing that I want you to keep in your head, right? Keep in the back of your minds. Audible verbal disclosure must immediately precede the product discussion within 5 seconds of mentioning the product by name. So, then once you get to the final parts of the contract, you have prohibited contact. Basically, just don't make things that BetterHelp doesn't like as an advertiser. It's kind of funny that they say you can't make porn, but you can like sell a website that is dubious at best when it comes to maybe possibly exploiting the mentally vulnerable for advertiser-driven profits. Oh, well, I shouldn't say profit. Advertiser-driven exchanges of value, shall we say. But yeah, it's funny that this is where they choose to draw the line, but yeah, go off, Queen. Okay, so anyways, they have all the things that they don't want you to make in your video if you're promoting BetterHelp in that same video, and then they detail what the compensation is. Again, this was a pretty small creator, and they got $1,000 lump sum payment. I can only begin to imagine what larger creators with more than 1 million subs, like Trash Taste, like Cody Co, like Anthony Padilla, would be getting from their sponsorship deals. But yeah. So, at this point, I realized that Influence Logic and BetterHelp were thoroughly in cahoots with one another, and I wanted to get more information about that particular relationship. So I googled BetterHelp Influence Logic, and this took me to a Kiwi Farms thread that was made by a user called Melon all the way back in 2018. And by the way, this is why, regardless of how much people seem to decry Kiwi Farms, how much people want to shut down Kiwi Farms, this is why I believe that Kiwi Farms, regardless of whatever it does, I think it would be a grave mistake to take down this particular website, because this is essential for archiving shit that gets wiped off the internet regularly due to corporate malpractice. So in this particular thread, they mentioned something quite interesting. BetterHelp is described as an online therapy service and advertised as the alternative to face-to-face counseling. BetterHelp is detailed as hosting professional and licensed therapists to tend to your needs with 24-hour availability and access to a host of communication methods, whether it be instant messaging, voice calls, video calls, etc. However, the next part is where things get a little spicy. BetterHelp is pimped out by a shady non-entity known as Creator Health, itself discreetly managed by the owner of Influence Logic, a marketing company specifically set up for getting YouTube content creators to shill being a term that refers to selling out. So their relation seems incidental. So again, basically what this thread is alleging is that BetterHelp is linked with an entity that doesn't exist officially called Creator Health, which is managed by one of the owners of Influence Logic, which is the main go-between that establishes creator contracts with BetterHelp's advertisers, with their creator partners. So, I looked up Influence Logic Creator Health, and again, true to this thread, you can't find any official traces of Creator Health, except for one, an article from 2018 by a newspaper called Boston Voyager that interviewed Steve Mesa, who was the other co-founder of Influence Logic. Basically, this was an interview that they did way back in January of 2018 where they asked about how these two men set up Influence Logic as a business. And in that interview, there is a section where they specifically talk about how they got started with Influence Logic. So they talk about, Influence Logic got its start as a different company, Vidfall, because the two founders, etc. So basically what this says is that these two guys wanted to start their own video platform. But then at some point they realized, okay, YouTube is too big to compete with. Let's pivot our business model. Instead of trying to set up their own video platform, they established themselves as a business that would function as a middleman between YouTube creators and brands looking for YouTube sponsorships. Sponsored ads on YouTube, I should say. And when you scroll down in that article, here you get to the section where it says, at the beginning of 2017, so this is 2 years after Betterhelp was acquired by Teladoc and Betterhelp. If you use the Wayback Machine and you search up if you search up Influence Logic's webpage in, I think, 2017, 2018, they'd already taken on Betterhelp and Teladoc as business partners or brands that were partnered with them. So again, after growing Influence Logic to 20 enterprise customers, we began to realize that the smartest business move for us was to stop selling Influence Logic as a software platform and focus on using the technology to build influencer networks. So again, we power two of the largest influencer networks in the health and cryptocurrency spaces, and they name Creator Health. More than 500 social media influencers have participated in our network, partnering with brands for massive marketing campaigns like Betterhelp, an online counseling platform, and other brands that are making a positive health impact on the world. Basically, Teladoc. So again, they explicitly name Creator Health as basically the shell organization that is, that has Betterhelp under its umbrella. But like I said before, like was mentioned in that thread on Kiwi Farms, Creator Health, according to all official sources, does not exist. I can't express enough how weird it is that this article from 2018 is the only time that Creator Health will come up if you Google it. Although, notably, Teladoc does have investment by Google. So I'm not saying there's a link there, but that is a little suspicious. And then they also name HODL, which, for people who don't know cryptocurrency, is basically short for Hold On for Dear Life. HODL Network, which is basically a bunch of people who are into crypto. So, like I said before, this is Influence Logic, is a company that has roots in crypto and in online therapy or telehealth in general. They've been at this for a while, for the last 7 years at least. And this is a link that a lot of people will not know about because it's only made available to creators who I suspect never bothered to look into this themselves. And on the off chance that they did start looking into it, but only after signing that agreement, this is not something that they will be able to discuss in depth with their audiences either. So, again, the rabbit hole goes really deep. However, something else that the Kiwi Farms thread mentioned is this article, all the way back in 2019, that was released by Influence Logic. And this was basically an article that states, in words, why Influence Logic tends to target smaller influencers, smaller creators. So basically people with, let's say, less than 1 million subs, or in some cases less than 100k subs. And when you read through this article, some of the reasons come off kind of gross. So, the reasons that they've outlined, and let me just check on OBS to make sure you can actually see this. Okay, it is slightly off center, so let me uncrop this. Give me a second. All right. All right, so the 5 reasons that they outline. Holy, the allergies are really bad today. Okay, so the first one is they deliver insane return on investment, sorry. Micros have a 22.2 times more buying conversations that include product recommendations than an average consumer, and they have twice the engagement rate of as a power middle influencer. Basically what this means is that they talk about selling things more, and that their audience actually engages with those talks more than a medium or a larger influencer. So again, the tone is set very cynical. 2, and this is peak like tech bro, like finance pilled language. They are hungry. It takes a lot to become a power middle influencer. You need a niche, a hook, and lots of content. It is a grind. I find those currently engaged in this grind to be great partners. They're trying to make something of their YouTube channel, and they probably have not had too many endorsement opportunities before. This is basically, I'm preying on their ambition and naivete. This is how it reads to me. And that is, basically, they are desperate. That is essentially what they are saying here when they name this as a point of appeal as to why they would go for smaller creators rather than larger ones. So again, cynical, kind of gross. And then they are easier to work with. The greater an influencer's audience, the more brands they are probably working with. This causes a decrease in response times and increases the likelihood that they will pass on a partnership opportunity. So this is really doubling down on the whole, if they're smaller, they must be desperate, etc., etc., etc. So, if you are a creator who's looking to grow your channel, looking to make money, and are not familiar with Betterhelp, when you combine Betterhelp's pitch on paper with this kind of rationale behind seeking you out, you can probably tell why this method tends to be quite effective. But then the next one, this is where it really starts to feel a little Hollywood, a little Harvey Weinstein-esque. 4, they don't have agents. Sometimes I think I have found the perfect influencer, only to discover they are represented by a talent agent. Unless I have a large budget, I am going to avoid these situations. Successful influencer marketing campaigns are driven by smart partnerships that produce great return on investment. When a talent agent is involved, costs for an influencer escalates, and the chances for a campaign to be financially successful decreases. I will hit a straight flush in video poker as often as I will find a micro with a talent agent. This makes them easier to work with and more cost-effective. So essentially, what they're saying is they don't have an advocate. The reason why this company, Influence Logic, prefers smaller creators, at least back in 2019, was because these smaller creators did not have a professional advocate. That's just fucked. Okay, so anyways, then you get to number 5, right? It feels good. What the fuck does that mean? So then it goes into a lot of micros are creating content for topics they are passionate about. It feels great to reward someone's passion. Again, if it was coming from anyone else in any other context, yeah, sure, I can get on board with that. Everyone wants to be able to support a passion financially, whether it's their own or someone else's. But coming from these people, coming from this context, this just sounds kind of gross and hollow. But anyways, then they get to the one problem with micro-influencers. It is freaking hard to scale a campaign focused on micro-influencers. While they may see a 5% CTR, not quite sure what CTR is. Let me just quickly look it up for a second. Click-through rate. Okay, there we go. While they have a 5% click-through rate compared to a 1% for power middle influencers, again, this is the more like, this is their audiences engage more with the things they sell aspect of what they were saying earlier, they are still going to drive less clicks. Finding power middle influencers is one task. You have to dive really deep down into the rabbit hole to find micros. Finding them often involves identifying a niche. So again, this ties back to the whole gatekeeping thing I was talking about earlier. Betterhelp, Influence Logic, these are people hunting for niches, hunting for hobbies, for, smaller areas of interest with a more condensed and concentrated audience or fan base so that they can plug their shit in those spaces using the creators that occupy those spaces. These are the perverts coming into your fan base. And then weeding through their audience to find micros. It is time consuming. Basically, their main complaint is, yeah, these people are easy targets. Yeah, they are easier to persuade, but it's also more difficult to scale up our promotion campaigns based on them because to some extent, at least, you need to actually do research. You need to actually figure out what these niches are interested in, what are their individual tastes, what are their creators like, etc., etc. And again, it all boils down to we need to do slightly more work to vet these creators or to even find them. But again, this whole article just comes off really gross in terms of like justifying why they find certain creators attractive business partners. Anyways, so reading that was just bruh. And again, I would assume that this is the mentality that they're still operating with, even though I haven't seen any other articles since then that has the exact same overt Hollywood tones to it. But yeah. Anyways, really, so to bring this all back to the whole like security theater aspect of BetterHelp's promotional campaign, the reason why I want to take apart the way that BetterHelp does its promotion is that, like I said before, when I see large creators promoting BetterHelp, even as recently as less than a month ago, I don't want to assume that they are entirely ignorant, because to do that would frankly be stupid, right? There's no other explanation for it. It is dumb to assume that these creators have not heard of BetterHelp, have not at least heard of the controversy, have not heard that they've been sued by the FTC as recently as last year. However, I also don't want to just assume malice or indifference or negligence to their audience instantly, because the truth is probably a little bit more complex. It's probably somewhere in between those two things. And the reason why I want to really double down on the whole security theater aspect of this is because there is a reason why BetterHelp's advertising strategies work. There is a reason why they are able to get creators on board despite their controversies. And that is because they are marketing their business to the creators they partner with just as much as they are advertising it to their audiences. And they advertise it based on three main things. One, they utilize academic studies to give themselves the air of legitimacy. One study in particular that they did way back in 2019, which we will be going through. Two, they then use these influencer endorsements once they've managed to convince these influencers that this is a safe service to promote. And three, they use publications and paid reviews by, pretty large, sorry, give me a second. Oh, okay. Just give me a second to die off mic for a second. Holy shit! I feel like a slug. There's so much slime coming out of. Anyways, There are some pretty big publications that BetterHelp has managed to rope in with paid quote-unquote reviews. These are publications that are as big as Forbes magazine, just so you guys know. So anyways, the thing is about their advertising campaign is that it's multifaceted and it's designed in a way where on every step of their promotional campaign, whether it's the creators that they're trying to pitch to or the audiences that they're targeting, there are always going to be at least 2 other sources at all other times that are supposed to confirm that BetterHelp is a legitimate service. And it is no accident that all 3 of these promotional strategies happen, utilize different areas of, utilize different quote-unquote reviewers and utilize different areas of interest or areas of study to verify one another, right? So BetterHelp uses academia, they use creators, and they also use traditional media, all to confirm, all to build that facade of legitimacy and effectiveness to their service. So the first thing that I want to look at is their use of academia, their use of an academic, quote-unquote, scientific study to promote their service. So the first thing that you get when they give you this contract is they send you to a creator portal. Now, the first thing on this creator portal is going to be the agreement itself, right? So, sign your agreement, review the resources that BetterHelp has to tell you what their service is. And when you go looking for what the resources are, it brings you to this, BetterHelp, a welcome page where they basically say, under education, that there is a BetterHelp effectiveness study. That they actually have an academic study that is supposedly enough to verify that BetterHelp actually works. So, not only is it linked in the creator portal, it's also linked in their official FAQ. How can I be sure that this is an effective form of therapy? There are many studies that confirm the effectiveness of the online medium for making life changes. So again, first thing I want you to note is that sentence does not refer to BetterHelp specifically. When they say that there are multiple studies, that is true. I've done the searching myself. There are indeed multiple studies that confirm that online telehealth, online services can be significantly helpful when it comes to reducing the barriers between patients and actually getting help. However, none of these, except for one, deal with BetterHelp, and that is the one that BetterHelp links to at the end of this section. For example, a study published by Jameer Publications and conducted by researchers at the University of Berkeley, University of California, San Francisco, and the San Francisco General Hospital concluded that, quote, users of BetterHelp experience significantly reduced depression symptoms severity after engaging with the platform. You can read the full story here, and they link to it. Now, here's the thing. I'm willing to guess that BetterHelp is banking on one of 2 things happening. Either the creator or the user does not even bother clicking on the link and just reads that section, decides, okay, it's backed up by multiple studies, this is a legitimate platform, or should they click that link, should they read the study, they would be, the study itself would be too dry, too dense, too obtusely worded for the average person to understand. And again, I don't blame them. Academia is horrible for understanding if you have no prior experience reading academic papers before. Even if you've already graduated from university, assuming that you're a creator, it's probably been like years since most creators have read anything written in the style of an academic study, so I can understand if they read it and don't fully grasp what it says, but register that it's an academic study and then conclude that's good enough. But here's the thing. I did actually read the study, and I wasn't the only one who read this, because, as I've stated in previous streams, I have multiple friends who do medicine. I have friends who study psychology, and these are people who have studied it for more than 4 years. They have read lots and lots of academic papers in that time. They are still reading academic papers at this time. And I passed this study around to all of them. And the shared opinion across all of us are that there are several parts of this study that are a bit of a red flag when you try to use it as an endorsement of BetterHelp as a service. So again, I checked to make sure that this actually was published where they said it was. It was indeed in JMIR, Jameer Productions. It's a publicly accessible online journal entry. You can search it up for yourself. You can read it for free. So it was made by these 4 authors. Eniton T. Marcil, shortened to ETM. Remember that acronym, it'll be important later. Laura Notling, again, remember LN, that acronym that will be important later. And then Stephen P. Hinshaw and Adrian Aguilera. So, first things first. When you look at the abstract of this study, right, this is basically the summary of what this study is supposed to do. They've named, although psychotherapy is one of the most efficacious and effective treatments for depression, limited accessibility to trained providers markedly limits access to care. In an attempt to overcome this obstacle, several platforms seeking to provide these services use digital modalities that have been developed. However, the use of these modalities individually poses barriers to intervention and acceptability. Multimodal platforms comprising of these allow users to select from a number of available modalities, may be able to provide a solution to these concerns. Basically, what that means is traditional therapy is effective. However, there are barriers to access. Sometimes people can access it in different ways. Single mediums, modalities, video, text, chats. However, if you only access it via one modality at a time, what this paper is saying is that that's not really much better. So you need a platform that is multimodal. You need platforms that can combine all of these modalities together into the same place to truly get at that accessibility issue. So that is the background to this paper. That is the subject matter that they are addressing. Now, 2 things right off the bat that should throw up a red flag when you see that BetterHelp is using this to endorse their service in particular. 1, the scope of this study is quite limited, right? They are only looking at treatments for depression. And that'll become important later. Second thing, this is supposed to be a pretty generalized study. It's not looking at BetterHelp in particular, it's looking at telehealth in general. So when you look at their objectives, they say, we aim to investigate the preliminary effectiveness of providing psychotherapy through a multimodal digital psychotherapy platform. Basically, a platform that combines all the modalities they talked about earlier. In addition, we aim to examine differential responses to intervention by gender, self-reported physical health status, self-reported financial status, as well as how prior exposure to traditional face-to-face psychotherapy affected the effectiveness of a multimodal digital psychotherapy intervention. Finally, we aim to examine the dose-response effect. Again, basically what they're saying is we want a preliminary study on whether telehealth platforms are actually effective. So, again, moving on. The first problem, like I said just then, is the issue of scope. This is a study that only looks at depression. Only, in spite of the fact that they are trying to do a preliminary test for all of psychotherapy, right? They are only looking at depression. One single, psychological health condition. And then when you look at the methods, something else might come up as a bit of a problem as well. Data were collected from a total of 318 active users of Betterhelp, a multimodal psychotherapy platform. So not only is the scope limited in terms of they are only looking at one health condition, but they are also limiting a study that is supposed to look at the general effectiveness of all of telehealth using data from a single platform, BetterHelp. This is where BetterHelp, using this study as an endorsement of their specific service, comes into play, because this was a study that, for whatever reason, only used data from BetterHelp. So, and by the way, this is also what BetterHelp probably means when it says that this is that your information as a user might be shared with third parties for the sake of administering or checking on the quality of their platform. Studies like this. Not that they've done any other ones since 2019, to my knowledge. So, based on all of those factors that we identified before, physical health, financial status, prior exposure to psychotherapy, effectiveness was determined by the extent of symptom severity change, which was measured using the patient health questionnaire at time 1 of enrollment and time 2, which was 3 months after enrollment. So basically, they used a questionnaire that users filled out before signing up to the platform, and then when it comes to these 318 participants, they looked at what their questionnaires looked like after 3 months on the platform, and then tried to see if their results when it comes to depression had been reduced in severity. So then again, this is the results. This is where BetterHelp, this is the bit that BetterHelp quotes. Depression symptom severity was significantly reduced after the use of multimodal digital psychotherapy intervention. Again, what they're basically saying is that when they look at these 318 participants, and there's a reason why I keep emphasizing that number that we'll get into in a second, when these 318 participants used BetterHelp for 3 months, this study basically concluded that those 318 participants did better. The severity of their symptoms when it comes to depression was greatly reduced. And then they reached the conclusion. Users of BetterHelp experienced significantly reduced depression symptom severity after engaging with the platform. Study findings suggest that this intervention is equally effective across gender, self-reported financial status, self-reported physical health status, and particularly effective for individuals without a history of psychotherapy. Overall, study results suggest that multimodal digital psychotherapy is a potentially effective treatment for adult depression. Note that term, adult depression. So, again, coming back to the problem of scope, this is a study that only looked at adult depression. However, on their webpage, BetterHelp says that their therapists are open to helping you with things like stress, anxiety, relationships, parenting, depression, addictions, eating, sleeping, trauma, anger, family conflicts, LGBT matters, grief, religion, self-esteem, and more. Those are a lot of different areas of concern, different possible mental illnesses that aren't depression. And when they use this study to claim that they are an effective platform, they do not make that caveat clear. They do only name depression when they quote the study to say that users of BetterHelp, displayed reduced levels of severity for depression. But again, this is a study that is presented as if it verifies that BetterHelp can do all of these things rather than just depression. And something else as well. The study named adult depression as the main thing they were looking at across those 318 participants. And BetterHelp in this same section says explicitly, BetterHelp is not the right solution if you have any of the following. If any of the following applies to you. 1, you are a minor or under the care of a legal guardian. 2, you are in an urgent crisis or an emergency situation. 3, you are required to undergo therapy either by court order or any other authority. And 4, if you do not have a device. The last two, pretty self-explanatory, right? BetterHelp themselves own up to the fact that they are no substitute for face-to-face therapy. And also, if you don't have a device, obviously you're not going to be in a position to use an online therapy service. However, the first one is the one that caught my attention in particular. BetterHelp makes it very clear that this is not a service that is supposed to be used by minors. So, the next issue that this ties into is the sample size. I kept emphasizing that this was a study done with only 318 participants. And this study was published in January of 2019. So, if you look at the number of users that BetterHelp had in 2019, January, on their website, if you use the Wayback Machine, they proclaim that they have over 400,000 active users, paying users. And they are using this study that had a sample size of 318 to say that their service is effective? That is a sample size of 0.08%, not 8%, 0.08%. And they are using a study with this sample size to say that their service is effective? But it gets even worse, because, okay, this study was released in January of 2019. But I think it's safe to say that if it was released, then it was probably, it was probably done, reviewed, whatever, a lot earlier than that. In the previous year, let's say. So, if you go to BetterHelp's page in like 2018, 2017, or prior. So again, this is the bit in the article where it says it was received on in 2018 on May 2nd. Revisions requested on June 7th. So again, the earliest that this study was like fully put together and done by was May of 2018. So if you go back and you actually look at BetterHelp's page at around let's say 2017 or like 6 months before that, they proudly proclaim that they have over 500,000 people who are actively using their site, as well as the fact that they actually have the HIPAA logo there to imply, falsely, mind you, that they are HIPAA compliant. But anyways, if you take this as the number of users, that percentage drops in terms of sample size from 0.08% to 0.06%. That is a ridiculously small sample size for trying to gauge the effectiveness of a service, let alone the entirety of telehealth. So, again, so you could maybe say, okay, maybe it's a little unfair to, say that this is that to judge BetterHelp by this is unfair since the study was done 5 years ago. The study is still being used by BetterHelp to promote itself to both users and to the creators it partners up with. So in my opinion, it is very much on the table to criticize the aspects of this study and criticize the fact that they are using this to prove that they are an effective service. Again, if you only have a sample size of 318 participants to try and prove the effectiveness of something that has over 500,000 users, you're not really going to get a very accurate idea of how well that service actually works. Which leads me to my next problem with this study. Bias and participant selection. 318 participants in an overall population of more than 500,000 is already pretty bad for a study's accuracy. But it gets worse when you look at the way that those participants were actually selected. So, in the section naming how they, the methods of how they went about getting these participants, the study says, in total, 318 BetterHelp clients, of whom 254, or 79.9%, were female, recruited from a larger pool of BetterHelp users, participated in this study. BetterHelp users are individual users aged 18 and up, seeking to improve their quality of life. So, again, this is a massive wall of text. It's hard to read, whatever. But there are a few sentences that I want to draw attention to in particular. And they've done me a favor by just summarizing what the selection criteria. So again, the fact that they have selection criteria means that these participants were not blindly picked. And the reason why that is such a problem is because the whole reason why you tend to blind pick participants in a study is because you want to avoid having some sort of bias in the participants that get to input in your study. And the fact that, again, they have these sort of inclusion and exclusion criteria means that this is not a study that was done blind. This was not a study that had that measure to guard against bias in the way that they selected their participants. But anyways, what are these criteria? Inclusion criteria. Age, 18 years or above. BetterHelp user for at least 90 days. Baseline patient health questionnaire score of above 5 and under 27. Self-endorsed primary concerns of feelings of overwhelming sadness, grief, or depression. Mind you, again, these are 318 users selected from BetterHelp's wider user base, which implies that there were some users of BetterHelp that did not fit this inclusion criteria. And these exclusion criteria are age below 18 years, under the care of a legal guardian. And then they say thoughts of hurting self or others, severe mental illness, advised to be, etc., etc. Basically, if you've used BetterHelp for less than 90 days, if you have a score that goes outside of what they want, and if you have an illness that's not depression. But again, those first two, age under 18 years, under the care of a legal guardian. That implies that there were users of BetterHelp that fit this exclusion criteria and were on the site despite being a minor. And BetterHelp, in its policy, explicitly states that they are a service that is not suitable for minors. So again, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that's already like a little concerning. But anyways, to sum up the main sentences that I want to really emphasize from that wall of text earlier, in total there were 318 participants, 79, almost 80% of which were female. A total of 1,148 BetterHelp users met all the eligibility criteria and were invited to participate. So again, this isn't much better, right? Because again, instead of just 318 out of 500,000, now you have only 1,000 that are out of 500,000 that met all of the eligibility criteria for this. And of those 1,148, only 27.7% actually responded to questionnaires and stuff. So again, ages of participants meeting the eligibility criteria ranged from 19 to 72. At baseline of 318, 119 met the criteria for mild depression, 91 moderate depression, and 75 for moderately severe depression, with 33 for severe depression. So, to sum it all up, participants were recruited according to a set of predetermined selection criteria. Some of these excluded users who were subscribed to the service, despite being minors, were excluded for that reason, because they were minors, using a service that advertised itself as not being for them. And then a total of users who were satisfied with all of the selection criteria numbered 1,148, of whom only 318 responded. Again, even if you go with this, which is a significantly larger number than 318, it is still like a drop in the ocean compared to 500,000 active users. And this is the study that BetterHelp is using to prove to people that they are an effective service. So again, the fact that it's 5 years old, yeah, that's already a reason to raise your eyebrow. But when you actually look at the way that this study was done, that's when you really have a reason to call into question what BetterHelp is really selling to you. So, to go on, if you look at the methodology of how they went about actually collecting this data, it gets even worse. After engaging with the BetterHelp platform for 3 months, users received a notification inviting them to participate in the ongoing research study. This 3-month time window was selected to mirror existing dose-response research in psychotherapy. Basically, the reason why they chose users that had been using the platform for 90 days or more is because generally, across a lot of psychotherapy studies, they say that you need at least 90 days in order for people to start showing any signs of improvement or change based on the therapy they've been receiving. So, BetterHelp users were allowed 2 weeks to respond further to prompts inviting them to participate. Users who did not respond within 2 weeks were excluded from the study. So again, there is an added layer of bias in the fact that they only note responses from people who responded. And again, that might sound pretty obvious, but what that means is these are people who either really like the service or really hate the service. The chances of them being able to include people in the middle between those two extremes in this study are quite slim. Because again, if you don't respond to the study, you are not accounted for. On top of that, everything to do with the study, everything to do with contacting patients, giving them the questionnaires, asking them the questions, all of that was done through BetterHelp. Now, if we were generous enough, Actually, you know what? Fuck that. If we were stupid enough to assume that BetterHelp had absolutely no influence in selecting which users had the questionnaires sent out to them, that is still really suspicious. That BetterHelp, which is the platform that they are ostensibly testing, quote unquote, objectively, that they get to handle all of the, the communications and stuff like that. And again, this study does not contain any reference material as to what these questionnaires were and how these participants were asked to participate in this study. So again, we are effectively blind from being able to see how these participants were enlisted. But there's one particular, again, this 2 weeks to respond thing. Users who did not respond within 2 weeks were excluded. I can't stress enough how much this compromises the study, because again, the limitation section of this study is honestly more eye-opening to read than the study itself. But this means that, again, you have no middle ground. You have no idea. The participants who found that this service was not effective for them and then just dropped off without saying anything, their experiences will never be heard because they are not going to respond to this study. They are not going to be able to show you what went wrong, to tell you what they didn't like, to tell you how BetterHelp failed them, because they are not allowed, well, it's not that they're not allowed to respond, but their response is not sought after. And again, it just boggles my mind as to why this study exists in the first place, which goes into the next criticism that I have of it, which is the actual utility of this study. And this is a thing that a lot of people from academia have touched on before, but the problem with the way that academia exists nowadays is that it's basically just a paper factory, a papers and degree factory, where if you graduate from it, congratulations, you have a piece of paper that tells prospective employers you have some sort of qualification based on an arbitrary unit requirement. But if you stay in academia, if you're a professor or whatever, you are incentivized to keep cranking out papers as a way to get more funding just so you can live. And as a result, you often get studies that are, they take up time, they take up money, but they don't actually say anything when you look at the end result or even how they were done. And here's the thing, when you look at the section named discussion, when the study actually talks about its principal findings, when it talks about how these 318 out of 500,000 participants actually displayed, reduced depression systems over the 3 months they spent in, signed up to BetterHelp, they say explicitly, this study cannot establish causality. All they've done is establish that there was some sort of correlation between spending 3 months signed up to BetterHelp and their life improving in some way. Again, they cannot account for other reasons outside of this study's parameters as to why that might be the case. Maybe in addition to BetterHelp, they signed up to an actual face-to-face therapist as well. Maybe they were depressed when they signed up to BetterHelp because something had gone wrong in their lives, and over those 3 months, that something had resolved itself. But again, this is all conjecture that cannot be confirmed, but also can't be, taken into account in the way that this study was done. Because, like I said, this study does not establish causality. It doesn't prove that BetterHelp is effective. It just proves that BetterHelp users their improvement in terms of their depression coincided with being signed up to BetterHelp. That is all the study proves. So again, this is why I ask, what does this study actually do? Why does this study exist? So then you get into the limitation section, and this is where the real hurt starts to set in. This exploratory investigation contains several limitations of note. First and foremost, we lacked a randomly assigned control group. Again, it is really important when you do these studies that you have a randomly selected control group so that you make sure that your results are not just a result of bias in terms of participant selection. And this study did not have that. Future investigations with appropriate controls, as well as a more comprehensive demographic and diagnostic screening, will enable a more valid approach. Again, not only was there no control group, but all of the things that they noted, things to do with physical health, mental health background, whatever, financial circumstances, all of that was self-reported by the participants of the study after they had already met all of the inclusion criteria that Betterhelp had assigned, that this study had assigned. So again, you're not really getting a great picture or a necessarily accurate picture of what these people's lives are like. And in addition, like many survey-based studies, the results of this work may be influenced by sample bias. It is possible that individuals who had notably positive or negative experiences with Betterhelp are those who chose to respond to our prompt to participate in research. Again, if you didn't have one of those two extremes, either really positive or really negative, you probably weren't as inclined to actually respond to the prompts asking for your participation. We are further unable to investigate the effect of the type of psychotherapy provided. Again, there are different types of psychotherapy. There's CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. There's acceptance and commitment therapy. But again, because of the way that this survey was done, because of the way that this study was done, they could not account for what types of psychotherapy were more effective for whom. They could just conclude, blanket statement, for some reason, these participants happen to have their severity decrease over 3 months. And they happen to be signed up to Betterhelp. Again, that is all this study proves. They go on. However, it is worth noting that the existing literature examined different differential effects of different types. Again, this is basically them saying that different types of psychotherapy have different outcomes for different people. In this study, financial and health status were measured by self-report. Such subjective indicators may not be fully valid. That term, may not be fully valid, is concerningly common in this section of the paper. Future work may seek to utilize additional objective and sensitive measures of financial and physical health to further provide insight. In this study, we lacked data on potentially crucial moderator variables of race, ethnicity, and gender nonconformity. So again, gender nonconformity is a big one because on their website, Betterhelp explicitly states that they are equipped to help you with LGBT concerns or LGBT issues. And yet, this study that is supposed to prove their effectiveness did not even take into account whether the participants were, male, female, or non-binary. They didn't confirm whether the participants were non-binary, and I would assume they didn't really take into large account the sexuality of these participants either, if they didn't even bother taking into account gender nonconformity. So again, pretty big hole in Betterhelp's promotion. But then we get to a very interesting part of the paper, tucked away right under the conclusion, a few pages down after the acknowledgements. And this is where we get into the fact that this is a paper that has many ethical blind spots. So, I said earlier I want you to memorize ETM and LN as acronyms of the authors of this paper. In the footnotes, there's a section that declares conflicts of interest. ETM is a former consultant for Betterhelp. LN is a community and support manager for Betterhelp. LN is still employed with Betterhelp, to my knowledge, as of Googling this 2 days ago. So, again, now look, I asked my friends who study medicine, who study psych, and I asked whether, having a conflict of interest in a paper is unusual. However, what they said is, it's not uncommon that there is a declaration of a conflict of interest in a paper. However, they did say that when you put all of this together, combined with how shoddily this study seems to have been done, how little it's able to prove, this is highly suspicious. And again, I can't emphasize enough how weird it is that this study that is supposed to, look at the general effectiveness of all of telehealth and which only uses Betterhelp as a data point, for some reason, has half of its authors having a conflict of interest due to either being a former employee of BetterHelp or a current employee of BetterHelp. When you look at all of this, it suddenly starts to make quite a bit of sense as to why BetterHelp was the only telehealth platform that was used for data in this study. So, if we go on and we look at the acknowledgements, ETM is supported by National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship under grant number whatever that is. The publications are made possible by support from Berkeley Research Impact Initiative sponsored by the University of California, Berkeley Library. And again, this gets at the thing that I was talking about earlier. The problem with papers that don't say anything but exist anyways is because they are just excuses to get funding. Again, these academics, they have very real reasons to go out and publish essentially non-papers, papers that don't actually say anything, because that's how they get paid. This is how they get access to grants. And again, you put all of this together and it starts to look really cynical as to why this paper exists in the first place. Like, sure, there are two other authors that have nothing to do with BetterHelp and for all intents and purposes are perfectly neutral and perfectly neutral, objective reviewers of this study. But again, the study doesn't say anything. And two out of four, have conflicts of interest due to having connections with BetterHelp. So when you put all of this together, there are two main things about this study that really rub me the wrong way. And this is something that's strange on the side of the people doing the study and something strange on the side of BetterHelp. The first thing is that the study claims to be looking at the potential effectiveness of digital psychotherapy in general. However, it only uses data from BetterHelp, a single digital psychotherapy platform, to explore this premise. So again, there is a mismatch between the premise that they advocate and the premise that they actually end up using to grab their data. And then the second thing, the study is being used as an endorsement of BetterHelp specifically, despite only pertaining to the general potential of psychotherapy as a whole. So again, I can't stress this enough how strange it is that there is that potential, that mismatch in terms of, a proclaimed scope and actual scope in both the study itself and BetterHelp in the way that they use that study. So it's just, all in all, really, really dodgy. And mind you, this is a study that BetterHelp is still using to promote itself to both users and to creators. This is why I suspect that none of the creators, especially the large ones or their teams who accepted a BetterHelp sponsorship, who did research on BetterHelp's background, actually read the study. Because when you put all of these things together about that study, it's not a great endorsement of telehealth in general, let alone BetterHelp specifically as a platform to administer digital psychotherapy. Again, I am not a psych student. I did not study psychology. If there are any people who study psych, have a background in psych, or medicine for that matter, and you want to just, let me know what you think about this study, comment below as well. Because I would be really interested to hear from people in this field if they think this study is as dodgy as I think it is. Alright, so that's the academia side covered. And this is the problem with academia, which is that, again, it has the reputation of being objective. It has the reputation of being scientific. But the way that it is used can really compromise whether it lives up to that reputation. On top of that, the problem with using a scientific study when you're using it as an endorsement of your business is that there are a lot of aspects of operating a business, using a business, that a scientific study cannot address simply because it's not supposed to look at those things. For example, although this paper can comment on something like the general effectiveness of psychotherapy on a user, it cannot deal with things like, the cons of using BetterHelp in particular. These are things like privacy concerns, ease of use, ease of access when it comes to finding a suitable therapist for you, etc., etc. Give me a second to blow my nose. Oh, I'm still leaking. Anyways, yeah. So again, they can't deal with they can't really give you a pros and cons review of the product in the same way as an actual review can give you. Which brings me to the next thing that BetterHelp has used to promote itself. These so-called reviews that it pays for. And this brings me to a video by a creator known as Dr. Tracy Marks. Here, very clearly in the title, BetterHelp Review, an in-depth look. Few things might stand out to you here. First, it says review in the title, but in the top left corner in the first 10 seconds, it includes the tag paid promotion. And when you look at the like-dislike ratio, it doesn't look that great. It's not overwhelmingly bad, but it doesn't look that great. When you look at the information, over 100k views, published 8th of May 2021, and it contains a link to BetterHelp, an affiliate link stating, I receive commissions from referrals to BetterHelp. This was a paid endorsement masquerading as a review. The first time BetterHelp is audibly mentioned by name is 16 seconds into the video. However, the only time that the sponsorship is audibly disclosed is 5 minutes 42 seconds. The video's entire length is around it's less than 10 minutes. The font's a bit small to just see from that particular screenshot that I've used. Sorry. 6 minutes. So 5 minutes into a 6-minute video, almost 6 minutes, is when it's actually disclosed that this is supposed to be a sponsored video, right? So again, and this was published in 2021. This, and on top of that, when you look at the comments, again, you have a lot of comments where people are expressing that they're not happy with the video, they feel betrayed, etc., etc. But what do you notice? No pinned comment. No pinned comment disclosing that this is a sponsored video. No pinned comment with the affiliate link. And again, this is in very clear violation of the policies that BetterHelp has assigned alongside influence logic when it comes to how you're supposed to disclose that you are being sponsored by them. And that is why I said earlier that I suspect that these guidelines have only been amended to include that specific, 5 minute prior to talking about the product clause that they do, because this video in 2021 does not have any of that, and they haven't requested any changes to that video. Otherwise they would have updated it to meet these standards today. So again, this is very much in my according to my assumption, based on what we've seen, a recent addition made within the last 3 years of BetterHelp's operations. Matthew, thank you for the 5. Concern for the sanitary measures taken while making this chair. How does a chair leak? Matthew, you don't want to know the answer to that question. So anyways, yeah, a 6 minutes in-depth quote-unquote review. So this was spent as an entire 6 minutes basically just sucking off BetterHelp as, a service that people who needed a therapist, who were looking for a therapist, could turn to. And again, the reason why this is so egregious is because at 4 minutes, 1 second, she explicitly states, what are the negatives? Well, I actually had a hard time finding one, and I went looking for negatives. When you are a reviewer, when you make a review, people are trusting you to be critical of the product. People are trusting you to actually be able to find proper cons to using that product. That is why this is so egregious, because a review is supposed to be able to do things like looking for negatives of the way that a project is used, or negatives in the way that a project operates, that a scientific study, an academic study, could never encompass. And yet, when you look at reviews like this is the kind of stuff that gets peddled to consumers. Again, at the time that this was released, this is 2 years after the study was released, by someone who is, by all accounts, an actual doctor. So the ethics of this is dubious at best. But I cannot stress enough how much of a problem it is that this is a quote-unquote review that's being paid for by BetterHelp and that goes to its viewers saying, well, I couldn't really find negatives, but trust me, I went looking for them. So, again, pretty bad way of promoting your service. Pretty bad way. So again, this has stayed up for like 2-3 years without BetterHelp touching the video at all. Because, like I said, there is no amendment in the description, there is no pinned comment, there's nothing saying that BetterHelp's standards when it comes to disclosing, sponsored partnerships has changed in any way. It just exists as is, as a time capsule of how BetterHelp did their creator sponsorships back in 2021. By an official doctor, no less. So anyways, on the topic of paid reviews, then we get to the next problem, which is, so far we've had 2 different types of endorsements coming from 2 different, categories of sources. 1, academic/scientific studies. 2, actual doctors and or influencer endorsements. Then you have the third one, which is publications giving you paid reviews. And the reason why I said it was so much of a problem is because publications as big as Forbes Health, so again, they've done reviews on BetterHelp. Again, they call it a review in the title. However, they state, in particular, commissions we earn from partner links on this page do not affect our opinions or evaluations. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I believe you. Our editorial content is based on thorough research and guidance from the Forbes Health Advisory Board. And lo and behold, they have a policy regarding paid content. Again, Forbes Health editorial is designed to be independent and objective. It helps support our reporting work. First, we provide paid placements to advertisers to present their offers. So already they're basically saying that, okay, we review products, but we get paid to put reviews in where we do on our website. So not a great look. You can tell me that it doesn't affect your accuracy, it doesn't affect your opinion, but it's also my right to not believe you when you tell me that. Again, second, we also include links to advertisers' offers in some of our articles. These affiliate links may generate income for our site when you click on them. And, true to form, there is a BetterHelp link, a featured sponsored offer, at the end of the article. So, again, it's kind of a problem when you're a consumer and you're looking around for a mental health service, and everywhere you look across all 3 domains, academia, social media, and actual official publications, traditional media, where all 3 of those domains contain paid for reviews telling you the same thing, that BetterHelp is a legitimate service, that BetterHelp is an effective service, that you can sign up and it will be a great deal for you to get. So again, this is a problem. And again, the fact that it's spread across all 3 of these different domains is a problem, because even if you're a creator and you're doing your due diligence, or at least trying to do your due diligence to verify the legitimacy of the thing that you're plugging to your audience, if you look for other sources to verify that, if you look to academia, that's already bought and paid for, and if you look to traditional media, that's also bought and paid for. So this is where you get into a little bit of a problem, and this is why I didn't want to assume malice or gross negligence on the creators that are plugging this, because again, if their sources to verify this were academia, science, or traditional media, there is a pretty high chance that they will run into these paid promotions everywhere they look. So, their summary of BetterHelp in Forbes BetterHelp at a glance. Usability, quality of care, billing and customer service. What I liked about BetterHelp, all of this is like, it comes off very positive. The only thing that they name about, things that they disliked about BetterHelp was BetterHelp automatically matches you with the counselor it determines is a good match based on your questionnaire responses, the data that you input into it when you sign up. You can choose your own therapist, but this option isn't obvious without extensive exploration of the BetterHelp website. Again, they don't make it very clear to users, according to this review, that you can change therapists, which is a problem because a lot of therapy is finding a therapist that works for you. So, again, only one criticism. And in an article that contains sponsored affiliate links. But of course, the accuracy of their evaluation has not been impacted at all, no. And then final thoughts. Although I was initially reluctant to embrace online therapy as opposed to an in-person experience, I soon became comfortable sharing my thoughts and feelings in video counseling sessions. BetterHelp is an excellent option for people seeking online counseling for certain mental health issues. However, if you're experiencing deep depression, suicidal thoughts, or symptoms of a serious mental illness, it's important to seek in-person therapy. So again, one trend that you'll notice, regardless of whether you're looking at BetterHelp's endorsements of themselves or other people's endorsements of BetterHelp, is that you get this recurring theme of BetterHelp is great, but it's no substitute for face-to-face therapy. Over and over and over again. On top of that, they make it very clear, BetterHelp is not a service that provides psychiatry, meaning that, these are basically the people that, properly diagnose you with having a mental health disorder, or it's also not suitable for getting prescriptions because, again, no one on BetterHelp can prescribe you anything. All they can do is give you advice and listen to you. That's it. Again, whether that sounds like therapy to you is up to you, but that is a pretty dodgy premise for a business that is supposed to be an online therapy provider. Again, online therapy platforms connect you with licensed providers, which can include psychiatrists, psychologists, licensed marriage and family therapists, licensed clinical social workers, and licensed professional counselors. Discover our top picks and best online therapy to fit your needs and preferences. Again, this review is very positive. It's a glowing review, but again, it's glowing in the sense that it doesn't seem to be very legitimate. Then we move on to Very Well Mind. Now, the reason why I want to point out this article and the reason why I want to make it distinct from Forbes is because this one actually does not a good job, but a better job of actually evaluating BetterHelp, because it has a list of cons that is a little bit more comprehensive. So, we had 7 people try BetterHelp. Here is our review. And they have that same disclaimer saying, we independently evaluate all recommended products. If you click on the links we provide, we receive compensation. And true to form, exclusive offer. Very Well Mind readers get 20% off their first month of BetterHelp. And presumably they receive money if you click on that link and you actually sign up. So, they go on to state that, BetterHelp is a service that's been very hyped, and they sent in 7 people, their own people. We don't know how they were selected, but they were presumably employees to go and test out the service. And these employees were spread out throughout different parts of America. And again, to be fair to Very Well Mind, they actually come out with a pretty comprehensive list of pros and cons, with the cons being only one subscription plan available, prices based on demand and location, meaning that BetterHelp engages in surge pricing, which is when you adjust prices on the go based on demand in an area, and no medication management or psychiatry, does not accept health insurance, although I think that's probably a good thing considering the standard of health care they provide, no family therapy, redirects to separate sites for counsel's therapy and teen therapy. Again, BetterHelp is not a platform that is equipped to look after minors. Therapists cannot diagnose you, and concerns over privacy and user data management. Finally, a review that actually touches on the fact that BetterHelp had FTC wrangling in the past. So anyways, the real thing, so, okay, there are a few things in this review, despite the fact that it actually has a list of cons that I find to be quite strange. One is the fact that the methodology is the final section of the article, not the first section of the article. But then you actually look at how they did that methodology, and again, just like with that quote-unquote study, alarm bells start to go off in your head. So, they say, why trust us? We surveyed 105 users from 55 online therapy companies and 180 users from 25 therapist directories and asked the companies to complete questionnaires. Then we tested the services ourselves across multiple states, conducted comprehensive data collection research, and evaluated our results with the help of 3 licensed therapists. And they give you a bunch of numbers on the side. So, first thing, math. They had 7 users that they sent in themselves. Sure, so if you take away 7 from 10,637 total user surveys, you get 10,630. However, if you do quick maths, you take 105 times 55 plus 180 times 25, you get a number that is lower than 10,630. To which I need to ask, where did the difference in that number go? Because again, I mean, look, let me just do that math on my phone so we can get like an actual concrete number on how many users are missing from that statistic. Times 25 is 4,500, all right, and then 105 times 55. So 5,775 plus 4,500 is 10,275 people. So if you deduct 10,275 from 10,637, you get over 300 people, over 350 people from that number who are unaccounted for. And again, 350 out of 10,637, statistics-wise, not that much. But that is a lot of people. Where the fuck did they come from? So, second thing is that they state that they surveyed 105 users from 55 online therapy companies. What I assume that means is that those are 55 online therapy companies, only one of which was actually Betterhelp. So, again, I am left here thinking, okay, so maybe some of the 180 users from those therapy directories ended up on Betterhelp. But if we look at, a sample size, despite the fact that they proclaim that they surveyed over 10,000 people, what I assume their sample size is like somewhere between 105 and 285. That is not a great sample size. And again, not only that, but all of these users were contacted through the companies. So again, yet another case of Betterhelp being evaluated through a study that they themselves basically ran, because they were the ones in charge of contacting the participants of that study. And again, we have no idea how they were contacted, what they were asked, and how exactly this information was passed before it got handed off to Verywell Mind. But these are all very valid questions to ask when you look at their methodology. So if you go on, okay, they state in that section, in addition to our own testing, which is, sending in 7 people to use the service, we also surveyed 100 current and past Betterhelp users, sent the company a questionnaire, and interviewed 3 therapists employed at the company. So here is where you get the real number of participants that were used. Not 105, not 180, not 285, 100 current participants, excluding the 7 that they sent in themselves, plus 3 therapists that worked there that they interviewed. So, Again, not a great look. Also, these were only users from within the US, although BetterHelp has been trying to expand outside the US. I know this because recently BetterHelp has tried to expand into Australia, and a lot of people in our commercial government regulatory bodies were a little worried over the fact that BetterHelp had been successfully sued by the FTC just over a year from today. So anyways, looking through their methodology section. To fairly and accurately review the best online therapy programs, we sent questionnaires to 55 companies and surveyed 100 current users of each. Again, they say 55 companies. Only one of those 55 is BetterHelp. So don't get carried away by thinking, oh wow, they surveyed so many people. They really didn't. 100 out of what they say is more than 10,000, and out of what BetterHelp says is over 400,000. So anyways, this allows us to directly compare services offered by gathering qualitative and quantitative data about each company and its users' experiences. Specifically, we evaluated each company on the following factors: website usability, the sign-up and therapist matching processes, therapist qualifications, types of therapy offered, the service's quality of care, client-therapist communication options, session length, subscription offerings, client privacy, protections, average cost and value for money, whether it accepts insurance, how easy it is to change therapists, overall user satisfaction, and likelihood that clients would recommend them. So, again, it sounds like they've done a lot, but really they haven't really done that much. And again, final verdict. And again, the reason why I keep going on and on about sample size is because that's important when you look at the final verdict that they say at the end of this paid review. 82% of users rated BetterHelp's customer service as very good or excellent, and 96% said they were likely or very likely to recommend BetterHelp to a friend. This is where sample size becomes important, because congratulations, you've just proved that 82 to 96 out of 400,000 plus users actually have something positive to say about the service. In which case, this article might as well not exist. It is not an effective review. It tells me nothing. Again, those pros and cons are fair enough, but this verdict is garbage. It's not worth anything, because again, that sample size is horse shit. It doesn't tell me anything, or at least not accurately tell me anything, about anything to do with BetterHelp and its quality as a service. So, at the end of all of this, you get the entirety, the end product, the final web of the BetterHelp promotional pipeline. The first tier is when they start reaching out to sponsor, either organizations or publications that will help them convince both creators and prospective consumers. These are corporations like Influence Logic. These are things like that academic in quotation marks, study, also in quotation marks. These are things like those paid quote-unquote reviews. And again, something I want you to notice is that between creators and the audience, every single tier has at least two connections to, at least 2 to 3 different sources that are supposed to verify that BetterHelp is legitimate, that BetterHelp is effective. And again, at the end of the day, all of these are designed to converge upon the consumer, converge upon the user. All of you guys who are watching this content looking for legitimate sources, or looking for sources that are outside of internet creators, right? And all of them say the same thing, because BetterHelp has already bought and paid for all of them before you've even gotten the chance to do your own research. And here's where we get to the final part of this particular stream that's a little bit grim. And that is that when you are a consumer looking for something that, actually improves your life, especially if you are someone who's like in the shitter mentally, and you're looking for somewhere to turn when it comes to like mental health support, the odds are stacked against you because of how condensed the telehealth industry is. Teladoc was, I think, slapped on the wrist by the FTC, or at least investigated by the FTC a few years ago for trying to establish a monopoly over the entire digital psychotherapy field. But even in spite of the fact that they aren't technically a monopoly, it's still a very incestuous, very, concentrated industry as of right now. There aren't a lot of different service providers that you can use, and of the ones that have the budget to advertise, the ones that have the largest budget are Betterhelp and Teladoc, and the service that they are advertising is dubious at best, and the methods they use to advertise are ethically bankrupt. So again, it's a struggle to find a thing, a service, a product that you can actually use and will actually help you. However, and this is a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, at least as far as my perspective goes. Everything that I've talked about in this stream, except for like maybe the contract that my friend managed to obtain, everything that I've looked at, the Kiwi Farms thread, influence logic, the BetterHelp talking points, the study, the paid reviews, influence logic themselves, although that was kind of tipped off to by the contract, all of that can be found by just Googling. Even if you go through whatever Sisyphean web to navigate that BetterHelp's own website is, you can find all of this stuff yourself. And again, it's a drag. That's why I've done all of this in preparation for the stream, so you don't have to do it yourself, at least in the case of BetterHelp. But again, when it comes to digging to see if an advertiser, a product, a sponsor is legitimate, you have the ability to vet it yourself. Now, ideally, right, creators would vet these sponsors before taking them on. Ideally, governments would vet these sponsors from even existing. But unfortunately, we don't really exist in a society, a world where that is the case. So the thing is, if you take away nothing else from this stream, I want you to keep in mind that the best kind of consumer is a conscious one. Conscious and conscientious. Now, what I mean by that is conscious of the fact that they may not be, maybe not lied to, but definitely not, you can't really trust creators, myself included, to promote something with the belief that it is something that will definitely change your life for the better. You have to make that call yourself. And this applies to everything that I've talked about in this stream, whether it's gatekeeping properly, whether it's engaging with bad actors in an effective way, whether it's, engaging with sponsorships or, advertisers in a way that can be effective and protective of yourself and your well-being and your wallet. All of that involves being conscious of what is being sold to you, why you don't like it, why you do like it, and how much you can trust the people telling you about it. So again, we live in a post-fact check world, kind of. That's why I want to give you guys this media theory. That's why I want to teach you that there is a word for when people, do things to make you feel safe that don't actually make you safe. That is why security theater exists as a concept. And again, we've talked about in this stream security theater in the relationship between advertiser and consumer. But security theater is prevalent in the relationship between advertisers and the platforms as well, and that is something we will touch on in the future stream that I've scheduled about, the way that YouTube tries to keep its platform as obtuse as possible to both creators and audiences. How, they refuse to tell you what will get you demonetized. This is also coincidentally why they insist on making it so that you are not allowed to say swear words in a certain portion of the video. Why they make everything family friendly. That is yet another example of security theater at play on this platform. But anyways, the main point is there are a lot of things that exist not because of malice, not because of intent, but just because that's the way the internet works, that are designed to mislead you as a consumer, as a fan, as as someone struggling with mental health online. And the only way you can cut through all of that is by, cross-referencing what people tell you, what people feed you with, one, your own experience, and two, your own research. So don't consume things passively is basically the main takeaway I want you to get from this stream. It doesn't matter if it's you watching your favorite VTuber. It doesn't matter if it's you reading an article about your favorite VTuber. It doesn't matter if you're watching your favorite creator plug a service that you think would be beneficial to you. Don't just consume it passively. Look into it. Dig. Find shit about it. Look into how it's being presented and what might be going on. Because at the end of the day, you are going to be your best protector. Regardless of how, well-intentioned some creators might be. Like, again, a large motivation behind me giving you this information is admittedly spite towards the fact that the system that gave me this information scammed me. But it's also because, again, I think this is important for you guys to know. Because this is, if you don't know this, then you're at risk of being taken advantage of. Or at least more at risk of being taken advantage of. And again, regardless of how well-intentioned I will be, or I try to be, when I give you this info, at the end of the day, I can't make that call for you. When you go out into the world and you watch content from either myself or other creators, or you just engage with the internet in general. And this is stuff that you're going to need to be able to keep in the back of your mind so that you can protect yourself. Because at the end of the day, you are your only protector, to be honest. No one else on the internet is going to be able to take account of your well-being as well as you can. And that is why it is so important to not just consume. If you must consume, to do so actively and consciously. So yeah. I love how Armchair's motivation is spite. I'll try to build my channel with disappointment. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm some paragon of virtue who's only doing this because I care about everyone and everything. That's not the case. I am a spiteful person. And it just happens that, the spite that drove me to make my content to begin with is easily converted into just I like making things. It's, spite propels me, but passion preserves me. That kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, if ideally, right? And this is me being real, utopian in my dreams and stuff like that. But I would like to live in a world where the general population is media literate, that we can spot bullshit from corporations from a mile away, and that with, collective knowledge and, just being able to speak out against this kind of corporate malpractice, that they will eventually be forced to improve. And again, my YouTube channel is it's larger than anything that I conceived of at the moment, even now. But reasonably speaking, my reach is limited. So when you guys learn stuff from my streams, I don't want you to become like a Redditor, right? Where every time you see it in action, you insist on pointing it out or trying to impress it on people who did not ask about it. Because consent is important in areas outside of sex as well, especially when it comes to information or the passing on of information. But I do want you to be able to take all the stuff that I, talk about and apply it to the way that you interact with things online. Because like I said, right? If you're able to keep yourself safe, keep yourself safe. If you're able to, like, look after yourself on the internet, then you are less of a, like, wallet slash fleshlight for these corporations to exploit and use. So yeah. No matter how much help we gonna get, only we can decide how we're gonna move forward. Exactly. Yeah. Don't simply be influenced. Don't be a sheep. Yeah, pretty much. I kind of wish I paid more attention in my mandatory government and law-related classes. I mean, a lot of people feel that way, and to be fair, a lot of the way that it's taught doesn't make it very clear as to how it is tangibly related to your life in general. And on top of that, bear in mind, more often than not, it's being taught to children. And children are a lot of things, but conscious of the world is not one of them. And the thing is, right, when you are a child, this is, I think, becoming slightly less of the case as things start getting worse in society in general. But children are, for the most part, really sheltered from having to understand how the law works, or even to some extent how media works. iPad kids are just the product of parents who never learned about media themselves, who do not seem to care about it, and who passed on that same ignorance to their kids. The only problem is kids lack the ability to think critically and apply the knowledge that they gain to the world. So they are, for all intents and purposes, the perfect consumers. That's also why I have like a pet conspiracy theory that the reason why every platform insists on being child-friendly, despite the fact that some of them, in YouTube's case, actually has a separate, platform for children, is because tacitly they want advertisers to, have access to kids, or at least to some extent, part of the exorbitant fees that advertisers are paying platforms is a child access fee. Even though it's probably not going to be designated as such. But again, that's my personal conspiracy theory. It's not even that uncommon, to be fair, because a lot of other people, I suspect, will have said this as well. But yeah. But yeah, don't blame yourself for not paying attention in mandatory government and law-related classes, because one, it might not have been taught to you in a way that was engaging or made it obvious as to how it was relevant, or two, it might not have been relevant at all, considering the fact that you might have been a kid when you were taught those things. So it is something that I understand regretting, but I don't think it's something you should ever blame yourself for. Spite is the best motivator, but don't let it run out. That's the thing, right? Spite is a great way of pushing you to do something, but it's not a great way of maintaining effort. It's not very sustainable, which is why I say that spite propels me, but passion preserves me, because passion is the thing that will allow you to keep making stuff, not just a one-off thing where the moment you moment you bust that nut, it's all over. You've gone soft and you have no inspiration left. So that's also why I go with the metaphor of spite being stored in the balls. Because once you use it up, there is a refractory period before you have enough spite built up to do something else with it. The world would indeed be better if it had a lot more common sense. Yeah. So much of media theory is just taking common sense and packaging it in jargon. But again, I value that jargon not because it's not because I paid to learn it, although it would be nice if I got it for free, but because of the fact that with jargon, that allows you to articulate things in a more precise way that you might not have had access to before. So yeah, not the analogy. It's great that you're here. You're helping me articulate better. Hey. That's always great to see and hear when I get people in my audience saying that they actually they are comfortable using a new word or a new phrase because they've watched my streams or content. Because again, at the end of the day, that's the main thing that I want to give to you guys. All I learned from today is that academia is filled with nanomachine enhanced senators that want to enact world peace by force. True. It's kind of wild to see how much the world is just Metal Gear without the mechs. But man, the weirdest part about doing a media degree, perhaps, or one of the weirdest parts is I knew about Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance before doing my media degree, but as I've progressed over the few years that I've spent in university, that whole, like, the entire game has progressively become steadily less and less ironic the more I learn, which is kind of like, it started off like the funny haha meme game, but like now I look at it and I'm like, oh, holy shit. It's like how people feel when they watch Simpsons or South Park and actually see the things that they predict as like gags and bits come true. So yeah, it's a little like surreal. I go for 3 hours and the best gatekeeper is still expounding his gospel. Yeah, I do quite a bit of yapping. Child access, what? Look, if there is anyone that has no qualms about exploiting children, it is big corporations. Like, okay. How do I... Children, and I this is going to sound really bad out of context, but children are the holy grail of advertising. And I know this because I've experienced multiple times firsthand how stupid children are. So, this is a really clear memory in my head, and this really goes to show how easily influenced children can be. So, when I was a little kid, this was when I was in like primary school, like, in like what, like first, second, third grade maybe. I would go out shopping for groceries with my grandparents. And there was one day when I went out to one of the local supermarkets and we were walking down the aisle that contained the dairy section, the milk section. Behind us, there was a family that was like a mother, a father, and a young kid that was about 1 or 2 grades younger than I was. And they were walking, again, they were just walking behind us, minding their own business, doing their own shopping, whatever. And I looked to my right into this aisle, and I said aloud to my grandmother, "Hey, look, green milk." Because they were stocking that kind of soy milk that's like tinged green in color. I didn't know what it was at the time, so I just called it green milk. And from behind me, as I was walking forward with my grandparents, I hear a tiny, high-pitched voice chirping, "Hey, Mom, can we buy some green milk?" Right after I said that aloud. And from that moment onwards, I lived my life, I grew up with the knowledge that children are the most malleable beings in existence, the most easily influenced, the stupidest people that populate our society. And from that moment onwards, when I became older, I would keep remembering that moment, and I would understand why it is that children are the holy grail of advertisers. Because you show anything to a child, even if you don't even have to make it look good, you just have to make it look odd or interesting or weird. Then that child will be interested. That child will want to buy it. Because children don't have critical thinking. Children just see something, it tickles their neurons in some way, and then they want it. That is why I'm willing to bet every limb on the right side of my body that advertisers, at least covertly, really want to advertise to children. So, yeah. Nintendo has every generation by the balls, Pokemon, Zelda, yeah. Kojima managed to make a prophetic game without actually being involved. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. For all of Kojima's nonsense, he does have a good grip on international political landscape. Yeah, he does. That's why us adults have a responsibility to guide the children. Oh yeah, for sure. And again, it makes me like frustrated when I see the rise of iPad children in real life. Like, why would you have a child if you want them to be raised on iPad? Because the iPad is just going to be a gateway to a whole bunch of apps made by corporations that want nothing better than to rewire your child from the inside out. So, like, why have a child if you can't parent that child? It's your job to guide them. Like, okay, when there was a brief period, so I brought this up in a previous stream, but there was a brief period of time where I worked as a primary school teacher, and something that it's a really weird spot to be, having media training and also being a primary school teacher, because like I would see the children just like running around, playing games, whatever, just yelling out stuff like Huggy Wuggy, Poppy Playtime, You Are the Among Us, Sus, whatever. And again, a lot of people look at that and just go, look how funny, it's just brain rot, and like, these kids are starting young on the brain rot, whatever. But I would look at that and I would know that the only reason why those kids know those words, know those memes, is because they learned them from the internet. And again, I am of the belief that children have no business being on the internet. At least beneath the age of, like, let's say, like, okay, children have no business being on the internet below the age of 13. They have no business being on social media beneath the age of 16. If I had my way with the law, I would make it so that no children are allowed on like the internet, and definitely not on social media. But again, I would look at these kids just yelling out brain rot as they played their games and ran around, and I would just think to myself like, holy fuck, this generation's cooked. And like, what are their parents showing them? What are they feeding them? Because the thing is with these internet memes, right? And again, there's a reason why we call them brain rot. Is because they don't actually teach you anything. Like, and again, this might make me seem older than I am, and I suspect that a lot of you guys will relate to this as well. Our childhood, when you had things like yeah, we had like brain rot on the internet as well. We had like Annoying Orange and stuff like that. But we also had like David Attenborough. We had like Play School, Prank Patrol, like actual like TV shows, cartoons that had a message, had some sort of educational value to them. Sesame Street. Like, again, all of these shows are not designed to just eat up attention and drum up engagement, but they are actually designed to give the audience something, as young as that audience might be, as impressionable as that audience might be. So when I see these children just like repeating aloud internet brain rot, the reason why I become like disparage is because I know that they're not getting anything out of it. This is content that by design is probably coming from some sort of AI content farm targeting kids, despite not being on YouTube Kids, that, it just wants them to stay as glued to the screen as possible without them being any more knowledgeable or like having any more idea about how the world works by the time they're done watching it. So I not gonna lie, I don't think there are precious few, okay, not precious, but there are very few moments in my life that are more depressing than the time I spent as a primary school teacher, to be perfectly honest. Partially for the reason that I just told you guys, but also because like kids make me uncomfortable, because as someone who didn't have the best of childhoods, I am painfully aware of how important it is not to fuck up raising a child. And the knowledge of how impressionable children are, how dependent they are on the people raising them, is something that I just find to be really, how do I say? Really burdensome, I suppose. It is a weight on my mind, especially as a teacher. Because, and this is the reason why, like, I don't like being a primary school teacher. Oh, I didn't like being a primary school teacher. Because of how much of it felt like actual education. Most of the time it felt like I was running a daycare. And the things that I would see in the kids made me feel like their parents weren't really like, I don't want to say they were neglecting them because they weren't, but the parents weren't really looking after the kids as much as I probably would prefer them to be looked after, I suppose. Because there's only so much you could do as a teacher. And as a teacher, you have a job to like teach, make sure the child actually has knowledge by the time you're done with them. Like they know more about the world, they understand things better, they can articulate themselves better. But like, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of weird. There's like an inherent feeling of despair in the fact that these young children are the most, like education matters the most to them, and yet they also are among the hardest to educate because they are kids. And that tension between those two conflicting facts is kind of low-key kind of disparage. But yeah. Oh, Billy Aoki. Thank you for the 2 chair tax. I really appreciate it. But yeah, a true blackmail moment. Yeah. Armchair for President 2028. Look, to my US audience, you guys are great. I really appreciate you guys tuning in and watching my stuff. I would not want to be the president of your country, even if you offered me all of the oil in Saudi Arabia. Look, I'm not going to lie. One of the lowlights over the past week has been trying to keep up with whatever is going on in your election cycle. I have no clue what your 2 main parties are doing. I just know that it's a bit of a fiesta. Like, I feel bad for you guys, because essentially what you're being asked to do is pull down your pants, set down a bottle of lube, and put yourself into a set of stocks. So, like, your political system is so fucked. I genuinely don't understand how you guys are expected to choose between the candidates that you have presented to you. And, like, if there is any argument against a 2-party system of government, like, the US is, like, textbook for that, unfortunately. But, yeah. I would say you make a great parental figure, Armchair. I appreciate that, but at the same time, I feel like, I don't know, it's being acutely aware of how important it is to raise children right, and being acutely aware of how badly you can fuck up a child if you fail that, is like... It's a pretty massive deterrent against ever having kids of your own. Like, I already was pretty disincentivized from having kids, as I think a lot of you might be, because of, you know, just world events, the economy, as much as we like to make that a meme. But on top of that, it's also like, I don't know, because at least in my experience, and this is highly anecdotal, I tend to find that over the course of like having gone through the school system from primary to high school, high school teachers get pregnant more often than primary school teachers, at least according to my personal observation. And I have my own personal game theories as to why that might be the case, because I feel like the thing that makes you, at least personally, the thing that would make me inclined to have a child is the knowledge that someday that child might grow into a person who is like capable of contributing something to the world, capable of thinking for themselves, capable of holding a conversation with you. One of the greatest joys of, and this is something I've experienced with my students as well, like not a kid of my own, but definitely kids I've been in charge of. Like, there is something fundamentally like eye-opening and something, there is an indescribable joy to being able to like essentially give someone the mental faculties for them to be able to hold an actually intellectually engaging conversation with you. So that moment where you transition from purely feeding someone information to having them start to learn how to, like, you know, throw it back at you and having that dialogue, that is an eye-opening moment. And that's me speaking from the perspective of a teacher with their student. I can only imagine how that feels once you are an adult, a parent, and you've managed to raise your kid to the point where that kid can actually have like productive conversations with you, right? That moment I would assume is like, just, you know, that would like change the way you see the world. But yeah, there is something very like deeply fulfilling about like having students or like children that you're in charge of that do display a level of critical thinking that can, at least in part, be owed to you. So I assume that would be why, like, you know, at least in my experience, high school teachers are less confronted with just the stupidity of children than primary school teachers are. Actually, maybe that's not so true, because teenagers can be some of the stupidest people alive as well. But although it's a little close, because thanks to the advent of social media, I feel like everyone's becoming stupider. Like little kids, teenagers, adults, everybody. We're all losing the ability to think critically and with common sense. But yeah. Loop? We actually get loop? Yeah. It's red versus blue. Nobody knows what they're doing, but at least the colors are pretty. Funny thing is, red and blue, when you mix them together, you get purple, and that's the color of the bruise that's rapidly developing on your country as we speak. Maybe made me think about that one Kai Cenat clip where he tells those kids to delete TikTok and Twitch and be kids. Honestly based. Because, like, kids have no business being on TikTok and Twitch. Especially not, well, actually, I would say especially not Twitch, except, like, TikTok is, like, just as bad. But fundamentally, every social platform, and again, this is something I will like talk about in greater detail in a later stream, every social media platform is designed to be addictive. Kids are not equipped to handle addiction in any way, shape, or form. That is why it's so like imperative that parents keep their children as far away from social media as possible. Because social media is designed to game your brain. It's designed to get you addicted, hooked onto scrolling, onto seeing what other people are saying and thinking about you and your stuff and things that you like and things that you dislike. So again, like, every time you look at a social media platform, it will always promote itself on the basis of quote unquote connection, being connected. But that's not the real thing that they're selling. You're not even the real market that they're selling to. I've said this before in my previous streams, but as a user, you are not a person. You are barely a consumer. What you are is a resource. You are an endless well of time, attention, engagement that these platforms can then package and sell to their real clients, who are advertisers. So again, kids have no business being on social media. Kids have arguably no business even being on the internet. This is why I do feel a little bit sad at the fact that TV and radio seem to be dying. Because say what you will about the fact that they are mostly irrelevant, and to be fair, I would agree with most of that. Those mediums are still they are, in my opinion, less easily, they hijack your brain to a lesser extent than the internet and social media platforms. I would be fine with leaving my kid in front of like a David Attenborough documentary or in front of a Play School episode. I wouldn't, or even in front of a Bluey episode, especially a Bluey episode. But I would not be comfortable leaving a child in front of like just YouTube homepage or like TikTok for you page. So yeah, it's just kind of fucked. The child predators that get put in jail are only like the people that are child predators. Corporations that are child predators, they don't get touched at all by the government, by regulatory bodies. Because even though they might say they have a 13 plus user policy or whatever, they don't enforce that. They have no way of telling most of the time either. And they don't bother trying to figure out whether their user base is actually underage. So, that must be what Vettel feels like with Neuro. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm talking about like students and children that you birthed. Like, imagine if you like crafted your child from code yourself. That would be real surreal. Maybe even a little scary. I mean, I still have radio for my background music. Hey, I mean, that's nice. YouTube, you are the Bibu tags. You know, unironically though, like I say YouTube as a whole, I would be comfortable putting kids in front of HoloLive streams though. Especially streams like Bibu, as renowned as she is for like brain rot, because she is like family friendly and like, you know, Bibu, Fuamoko, definitely not Narissa or Shiori, but like, I'm trying to think of the other members. I think I'd be comfortable putting them in front of like a Bay or a Mume stream, maybe a Raura stream. But yeah, like HoloLive, a lot of HoloLive members are unironically like, they can be enjoyed by like adults and like children alike. And because a lot of them are like family friendly, like Fuamoko, Bibu in particular, I would be okay with like allowing small children, or like smaller children, I should say, to watch those streams, that content. But yeah, put them in front of Shiori, you coward. No. The last thing I want is for a child to become enamored with the idea of scissors. Because out of all the things you do not want your child touching, scissors, blades of any kind are at the top of that list. So no, I will not be putting children in front of Shiori. Gura used to be most watched by kids too. Actually, yeah, I would put them in front of Gura, honestly. Something Fuamoko. Yeah, I saw it came up in one of the Parrot 4chan's videos where it was someone on the board saying that Fuamoko is basically Teletubbies with tits. And to be honest, yeah, kind of accurate, but like there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with Teletubbies with tits. Like I said before, right? Like there's nothing wrong with adults enjoying children's TV shows, because all of those children's TV shows tap into the same core selling point of just giving you something cozy and wholesome to watch. No stakes, no drama, no conflict, just warmth, right? And again, I see the appeal of that, even as an adult. So, again, there's a reason why children's shows are children's shows. Because, although it is inevitable that children will inevitably be exposed to, like, you know, some fucked up part of the world or something, they deserve their escapism, and I would argue that adults deserve their escapism too. Actually, on the topic of escapism, I was watching Pippa's collab with Kyoresu, and one of the funniest things. I've also watched clips of like clips made by like Synchro. Showing Pippa trying to devil's advocate argue for the inclusion of politics in VTubing. And I was struck by a thought that one of the reasons why I find it so irritating when people go up to their favorite creators and insist on either asking for their take on like something unrelated to their content, or like insist that they have a take even on something unrelated to their content. The reason why I find those users so insufferable is because that is the definition of a lazy, passive consumer. Because again, if you bother looking, every one of your interests, every one of your concerns, whether it be politics, whether it be basket weaving, whether it be like, you know, whatever, you can find a creator that caters to that niche if you just bother to look. Every one of your content needs you can satisfy if you just find that content. So going to a streamer that you watch quite often for one thing and insisting that they cover all of your content needs, that they cater to all of your like areas of interest, that's just lazy. Like why would you do that? So yeah. I'd place them on Ayame Ishii streams. I mean, I don't watch a lot of Japanese. I don't watch a lot of Japanese holomems without subtitles. So that means I usually end up watching like animations and clips of them rather than actual VODs. But yeah, I can think of a few like holomems that I would be willing to put a child in front of. You know what? I would put a teenager in front of Marine. Like, the funny thing about Marine is that her content, right? And this is something that I might end up like touching on in the VTuber fanfic stream that I have planned for later on this month. If every streamer was afflicted with a unique curse as far as their audience goes, I think that Marine's curse is having an audience full of gooners, but whenever they watch her, they're in a perpetual state of post-nut clarity. Because, well, just from watching the dynamic, but there is something profoundly funny about watching Marine, arguably one of the most renowned horny streamers in Hololive, just have the most, like, deadpan, non-horny audience. At least, non-horny when they interact with her. So I think that, like, I think Marine is capable of curing puberty or pubescent angst. So that, which is why I would put a teenager in front of her. But yeah, Marine, despite being one of the spiciest holomems, is arguably, paradoxically, she seems to be the one that fosters quite an abnormal amount of like, honestly, kind of wholesome interactions with like her fan base. So do not put in front of Matsuri and Fubuki/S. That would be funny. Use product melody in elementary class. I hear she wants to be a teacher. Unironically, like, okay, a lot of people have like prejudice against like allowing sex workers to also be teachers, but I generally think that like actual sex workers, not just random OnlyFans models, right? Because most of them are only like cynical like business people. I don't see any reason why sex workers should not be allowed to be teachers. Because if anyone has seen the importance of raising people right from a young age, it would probably be a sex worker. But on top of that, just Melody based on her like creative persona or whatever, right? I think she has more than already proved herself to be an effective educator, especially when it comes to like sexual health and stuff like that. I've said this in a previous stream, but Melody has done more for like sex ed than the entirety of the American schooling system. And like, I generally do think that if you were to put Melody in charge of educating, like, you know, running a high school curriculum on sex ed, you would get outcomes that are, you know, broadly speaking, more beneficial than what we have right now. And again, part of that is just breaking down the stigma around talking about sex and like changes in sex. Because I think we all remember when we were back in high school, like depending on the teacher that was in charge of our sex ed, how little we might have learned just because there was an overarching aura of we should not be talking about this and stuff like that. And I feel like that stigma does not really help when it comes to educating people about that. So the fact that you have a creator like Melody that is as open and as articulate as she is when it comes to talking about this stuff is something that I think is sorely lacking in the way that mainstream education works as is. Marine, I do not wish to goon, I wish to learn. To be honest, she does seem to have quite a lot of worldly experiences with her working at a black company previously. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would say the same of Mel as well, because she's gone through that entire shit show with the previous org that she worked with before joining V-Shoujo. It's like seeing Armchair and hoping for ASMR reading Academia Book of PR or something. Yeah, kind of. Her hagness is contagious. It makes people grow up at super speed and completely skip the raging hormones part. That's the thing, right? Because at least on paper, Marine would have the horniest fan base, and I do think that, you know, at least covertly they are probably among the horniest of fan bases. But in her streams, while she is streaming, they are the most They have achieved inner peace at any hour in which she's streaming, which I find to be utterly hilarious. So yeah. Pecora is a licensed preschool teacher. I think Watame is as well. Okay, that makes sense. There is something really funny about the war crime bunny being like a qualified preschool teacher. But yeah, I can see that. I can see that. The real question is, which Phase Connect members would you trust to teach children? Actually, let me think if there are any that I would trust in front of, like, that I would trust to educate a group of kids. Okay, unironically, I think that I think Dizzy would be great with like handling like a class of children. Same thing for, actually, paradoxically, I think Lumi would be great as well, because Lumi's definitely demonstrated that she has like the knowledge, and she's like she's good at balancing the whole like balance between, you know. I think if you can wrangle chat, you can wrangle a class of kids. And Lumi does a great job of wrangling chat while giving chat the impression that they are wrangling her. So, that as well. I think Rooney would be great as well. Yeah, I trust Rooney Roos, exactly. Probably only Jelly. I don't know about Tenma. Actually, no, maybe. The thing is, right? Whenever we've seen Tenma like blow up, it's mostly because like she's blowing up at like people who have slighted her, who are equals with her. I don't know. I don't think we've seen how Tenma would interact if she's like, you know, poked or prodded at by someone who's like smaller than her, which admittedly a few children might be. So yeah, maybe Tenma would be good with kids. Jelly is an interesting suggestion. I mean, there was that Phase Invader like anniversary stream where like they were talking about like sending children to work in mines or something, and Jelly was the only one that raised objections to that idea. So yeah, maybe Jelly. Sheena, yeah. Okay, yeah, Sheena. I would trust Sheena with like a class of kids. Pippa? Oh, I don't know about Pippa. I don't know about Pippa. I think Pippa would be able to get along with kids, but I don't know if she'd be able to educate kids. Yeah. Not Clara. The children yearn for the mines. I'm sure they do. I don't know if I would trust Sakuna with teaching a class of kids. Because again, like from what Phase talents have said, he's not really like, when you're a teacher and when you're teaching little kids, you need emotional, like a relatively high degree of emotional intelligence. And while I'm not saying that Sakuna doesn't have any emotional intelligence, from what we've heard from the talents, I'm not sure he has a level that meets the requirement you need to teach children, so someday, maybe, he will become a pretty good father. Because, I mean, if you know how to, well, I mean, you know, he's proven that he's able to, you know, handle responsibilities associated with being in charge of the lives of others. But I don't know if I would trust him to be a teacher. But Pippa as a specimen for education. Uruka? I mean, Uruka's been very vocal about not wanting kids. I think, although, I don't know. Ironically, there is quite a large overlap between people who don't want kids and people who are effective teachers. Like, that demographic is like, it's larger than you would think it is. Because you would assume that if you are a teacher, then you automatically love dealing with kids. But that's probably not at all true. Because if anything, like, actually having to work with kids gives you a crash course on why people would not want to be a parent. What about Mumi? Oh, I mean, if we're talking about people outside of just the talents, then yeah, I'd say, if Mumi can wrangle Phase Connect talents, I'm sure she can wrangle like actual children. Sakuna would introduce them to Gundam. True. Would Sakuna be gone buying milk? I don't think so. Sakuna, among all the VTuber CEOs that we are aware of, Oh, okay. I've just got an idea for an interesting possible future stream. Okay, but yeah, of all the VTuber CEOs that we've seen, at least in EN, I'd say that Yagu, Gunrun, and Yagu, Gunrun, and Sakuna have all proven that they are not the kind of CEOs to leave to get milk. So I'd feel confident that Sakuna wouldn't do his child dirty like that. Pippa was the sweetest member according to others and was making sure everyone was guided and taken care of by staff members during off-kai. Oh, okay. I mean, I suppose. Actually, yeah, Pippa does have, like, when it comes to, like, people that she is, like, responsible for, and this is just judging off of her interactions with the later Face Connect gens, who she has expressed multiple times that she sees as kohai, not just colleagues. When she is interacting with people that she feels a sense of responsibility for, it does really seem like she has, like, practically infinite patience. So that, yeah, I can see that being, like, a selling point for, like, her ability to be, like, to look after, like, small children. If a teacher who hates kids teaches, do they throw them into the fire? That's the thing, right? Okay, as much as I joke about it, I don't actually hate children. It's more that being in charge of children makes me feel uneasy because of the sense of responsibility that accompanies that. Sometimes I do admittedly dislike children. Sometimes I am disgusted by children. But I don't hate children. And the thing is, right, teachers who genuinely hate children, it's not as obvious as them being outwardly malicious. More often than not, it's just an overarching sense of apathy towards the task of educating kids or the task of looking after kids. Negligence is still a form of abuse, and it is a lot more common a form of abuse than the more, like, crazy things that we might hear about in, like, news or media or whatever. So if you have a teacher that actually hates kids, you probably won't be able to tell until you get that kid's, like, report card. So nah, they get milk leave. Their family concerned about what they dipped, only to come back with milk. Yeah, yeah, fair enough. I'd say that's a pretty good analogy. No, yeah, if she puts her mind to it, she can absolutely be sweet, especially kids. More the times where she goes off the rails, that scares me. I don't think Pippa is, like, she's not as unstable as perhaps she once was, or perhaps as much as the year or 2-year-old clips would lead us to believe. I mean, you don't get to be, like, you can't be an effective representative of your company, and again, company is very important there because corpos have a level of self-presentation that is expected of them. You can't be a representative of a company if you are indeed, like, unhinged to that degree. So it's more like the children can be frustrating to the adults overlooking them. Yeah, exactly. Good and bad PR from CEOs would be a good stream. I would really. Actually, no, I'm not going to spoil it. I'll cook for a little bit, and then I'll come back with an announcement when I've solidified what that stream might look like. But yeah, a stream about VTuber CEOs would definitely be interesting, I think. You have a story about a teacher that hated kids, but it's too long to fit into a single chat message. You could do worse. You could put your kids in front of Bao. Actually, yeah, you're right. I don't want. I would not put my kids in front of Bao. Actually, I'm trying to think. Is there anyone from that particular, like, content friend group that I would put kids in front of? I don't know if they would technically be classed as part of that friend group, but I would put teens in front of Vexorius, just because Vexorius is, like, she's a VTuber that is, I think she kind of has, like, quite a lot of overlap with Melody in the sense that she gives off the impression of someone who's, like, very experienced with, like, things in the world and is very articulate as well. On top of that, so she has the ability to impart the knowledge onto kids, Or like, and again, I view teens as kids, so yeah. I would put teens in front of Vixorius. Maybe actually, this might sound weird to a lot of people, but I might consider putting kids in, well, not kids, but like maybe like, you know, like 17, like 16, 17, 18-year-olds in front of Cottontail VA's content as well. Just because I think that Cottontail, in a way that is a little bit more like maybe a little less educational than Mel, but like in a similar way, she does a good job of like breaking down the stigma of talking about, like, you know, just essentially just talking about the concept of sex. And I think that is, again, like, I think that is an important thing to like do. Oh yeah, I would put kids in front of Lena and Vettel as well, just because, like, you know, like they're just good. I don't know about putting them in front of Yuzu. I'll be honest, I don't know about that one. And I'm someone who started watching VTubers partially because of Yuzu. I don't know if I'd put kids in front of her content. For Vishoujo, Giga. Yeah, Giga, yeah. Fauna would work too. Shy Lily. Now, Shy Lily is difficult because Shy Lily's content, I think, is fine. But Shy Lily's model, I think a child would develop like a new fetish by watching her stream. Or at least like a few new fetishes from watching her stream. So, like, again, like Shy Lily herself, her content, perfectly fine. Her model... Connor and Ironmas. I'd be willing to show kids Connor content, to be honest. Connor content, Connor's like, he's a great showman. And again, like a lot of his content, like if I were to teach kids the arts of public speaking, I would put them in front of a Connor video. Because again, like I said, Connor is a great orator. So like that kind of skill is like, if you are to learn via example, I'd say Connor is like one of the best examples that you can have access to. Yeah. Cinder does lots of arts and crafts, but also connects with Numi and Bao. Yeah, so the thing with Cinder is like, again, same sort of thing with Shy Lily, where like her content is fine. Her model, I think, would create a new fetish. Sayu. Yeah, I would put kids in front of Sayu. Sarue. That's an interesting one. I need to think about that for a little bit. Actually, you know what? I would put teenage boys in front of Sarue. Not for any particular reason, aside from just the fact that Sarue seems to be like, especially recently in terms of the clips that have been circulating around of Sarue, she's been like refreshingly, like, you know, she's a nice break from the whole like anti-male rhetoric that for some reason is really popular in mainstream media and stuff like that. So, like, she, you know, it sounds like really stupid to say out loud, but Sarue is like one of the few people who will vocally acknowledge that men are human beings. So, like, if I have like, you know, if I were to put together like a content diet for like young men, like teenage boys, I would put Sarue in there just to have an example of a female creator that will acknowledge the humanity of men. So yeah. That would be interesting to think about. I don't know if I would put them in front of... Well, actually, it depends. Like, Dokibird content is, like, fine. But it depends. Do I want my kid to develop a potty mouth? If I don't care about that, then yeah, I'd put them in front of Dokibird content. But if I care about, like, making sure that they don't, like, swear or anything, then maybe not Doki. Maybe not Doki. I think Doki's enjoying the freedom she has to cut loose and bust a few like fucks and shits every here and there. So at least for now, maybe not Doki. Chris, thank you for the 10. Now that VShojo is dipping its toes again into opening applications, would you consider doing a video about what went wrong with the whole VShojo audition situation a few years ago from a PR perspective? Maybe not a video. And to be honest, I would hesitate about doing a stream about that either, because of the fact that the shoujo seems to have like, one, I wasn't around for that personally, so I would be having to do a lot of like backtracked research and try to grab like secondhand sources and stuff to build an opinion that I didn't have prior. But two, I do think, and this is the thing that I do for a lot of my content, where I will first wait and see if other people make it first, just to see what they say, especially if they've been around in a space for longer than me. And I would want to see what other people who've been in the space, who were in the space at the time that VShojo was going through that, what they have to say before I end up making anything myself. So if I do talk about it, I would do it in a stream, not a video. And if I do a stream, I would probably do it only after, like, you know, seeing if this is a topic that other people would be interested in talking about / watching as well. So yeah. Wouldn't the new fetish point apply to all tubers? That's the thing. So there are certain tubers models where I don't know if that would apply, provided that you cut off the age at the right point. For example, right? I'll just go with like Phase Connect members, because like they're like the ones I watch the most often. Like there are certain models where I don't think it's like fetish material at all, despite what the memes will say. Like for example, like models that I don't think would, you know, create a new fetish. Muyu, Jelly, Sheena's crab model, Pippa, Tenma, like, actually, is that it? Holy fuck, that might be it. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, maybe. Because here's the thing, right? Like, for example, if I showed, like, I can definitely see someone developing, like, a schoolgirl fetish from, like, just Amy's model, for example. Right? Or, like, developing, like, a BDSM fetish from Dizzy's model. Which is why I probably I would not put children in front of a Dizzy stream, and I would hesitate before like putting them in front of an Amy stream. Actually, let me think about it. Lumi, I don't know if I would put kids in front of a Lumi stream. Most likely not. Yeah, I don't think I'd put kids in front of a Lumi stream. But yeah. NASA, yeah. Actually, yeah, a lot of the JPs, minus Clara, I would feel like okay with putting kids in front of. But then they'd have to know Japanese. Rie's model, yeah. Rie's okay. So if Rie is the opposite, where I would feel like I don't think the model would do anything to the child, but her content would like irreparably ruin their brain. So yeah. She should be fine when she has crab hoodie on. Yeah, exactly. How about you? I mean, all of the JPs I would say like are like. Oh, actually, minus Clara. Minus. Yeah, I would say just Clara. Minus just Clara. I would feel okay with putting a child in front of. Probably Leah. Oh yeah, Leah's also like okay. Same thing with Leah, right? The same thing with like Hime and Leah, where. Again, the model is like fine. The content, I wouldn't put a child in front of that. For Lumi, only her castronaut outfit with the jacket zipped up. Yeah. Chibi Doki, same thing. I'm fine with the model. I'm not okay with the content. At least when it comes to like children. Because, I would allow maybe not like preschoolers, but like maybe small children or like teens. I would allow them to watch chibi, but only after they've developed a little bit of a mental barrier against just brain rot. Pippa is bunny fetish. I don't know. I don't think Pippa's like. I don't think Pippa's model at least is like. I don't think it's like fetish at all. I mean, Pippa's like character design just like screams like moe, which is why it's like, I think that's like pretty like child friendly, not Philly. True. Uh, Clara's always stalking. She lives in the walls. I bet kids would love Bully Bettel. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, a lot of the Hollow Stars I would be okay with putting kids in front of as well. Shondos. I would not show children Shondo. Like, I feel like if you were to show a child Shondo, like, before they understand what English is, they might find it entertaining because there are occasions where she goes from being very soft spoken to being like screeching, and they might find that amusing in like this like a jingling keys kind of way, and also because she like she like, has like a childlike design, I would say. I know lolly child different thing, but again childlike appearance. Um, but the moment they start understanding the English language, I would take Shondo content away because yeah, I feel like Shondo would be a little unhinged. I would not allow any children or teens to go anywhere near a Niji Sanji male liver, for the simple reason being that their primary business model, or at least towards like the beginning of their careers, was parasocial leaning like ASMR content. And again, like that is not something I ever want to expose any teenager to. I am of the opinion that any sort of content that like and again, this is coming. I want to reiterate that I don't think parasocial content on its own is a bad thing, but any content that is like that leans into anything parasocial significantly, I don't think teenagers should be exposed to that. I think that you need to be an adult before you have like the critical thinking capacity in order to assert a barrier between you and the persona that is doing that parasocial content. Because by definition, when you're doing an ASMR stream, because you want your audience to be immersed, you can't do the same thing that other creators like me can do, where we just give a disclaimer to the audience that, oh, I am playing a persona. This is like, everything I share to you is just content. Like, you can't do that when you're doing an ASMR stream. So, again, for that reason, I would not allow teenagers or kids near that kind of content. No Niji, otherwise kids are going to convert to NDF. Maybe. If we're including indies, what about Onolumi? I don't know who Onolumi is. Haven't seen their stuff before. I would never want to show my child a Hex Haywire stream. Yeah. If my child displayed any signs of mental illness, I'm keeping them far away from Hex Haywire. Like, I get that his whole persona is like a overburdened psychologist that he calls his fan base sicklings and stuff like that. But I don't ever want my kid to think, or a kid even to think, that mental illness is something to be like glamorized in any way. Like, it's not something that should be stigmatized, but it's not something that should be glamorized either. And I feel like at times Hex's like content and his like persona comes dangerously close to that line. So Wolfie channel, I don't really know. Oh yeah, Henya. Yeah, I would put kids in front of Henya. Yeah. Henya would be great. Yeah, I agree. It'll make them into Fujos. Oh, there's this clip of Rooney Ruse. I think that was clipped by Normie Enjoyer, where she was talking about how this lives like rent free in my head. She was talking about how like she was like making a joke about how women were physically incapable of being perverts, and then someone in chat brings up Fujoshis, and you can actually see her like stop, think for a second, and then amend her statement to say, okay, maybe Fujos are like the exception to that rule. Yeah, it's just it's just really funny. What about Kirsha? Okay, see, I would put like older people, like 17, 18-year-olds in front of Kirsha streams just to teach them the value of critical thinking and critical reading, because that is like abysmally like uncommon among kids from what I've seen. So again, the stuff that Kyusha does, where she actually like looks at like articles, for example, tears the like pulls them apart. The same thing that I did with the LA Dodgers thing by the LA Times at the beginning of this stream. Kids need to be taught how to do that, because the problem with consuming media is, especially news media, is the assumption that it is objective. That cannot be further from the truth. And again, this is something that you become more and more aware of the older you get. But it is really important that kids from a young age are taught that very simple fact about how news is conveyed throughout, society. But yeah. Hex not vague posting about oofing himself on Twitter challenge impossible. Yeah. I wouldn't put kids in front of Corche, but teens. Yeah, exactly. So yeah. What did you grow up watching? Blue's Clues? Not Blue's Clues. So as a kid, basically what I watched was it was actually some of the older members of the audience might, especially those who come from Canada or Australia, might remember a show that was called Prehistoric Park. This was basically like this was a TV show where it was like a bunch of like CGI prehistoric animals that all got put into the same that got put into like a nature reserve that was designed for them. And that was where I got my dinosaur autism from as a small child. So I watched that. That was like a big part of my childhood. Also Play School, The Goat, Sesame Street. I'm trying to think what some of the other things. Just like the normal stuff that played on like kids television, like Prank Patrol when I started growing a little bit older, like preteen. What was it? Dex Hamilton, that show about like alien bugs. Yeah, that was such a goated cartoon. But yeah. Am I thinking of the Yi meme? That's a different one. Prehistoric Park was a live action CG show. Whereas the one that you're thinking of is purely cartoon. Not Jurassic Park, Prehistoric Park. It's pretty much only findable on archives now. There was also another kids show about I think it was called Dino Sapien, where it was about like these fictional like dinosaurs that came into our world from an alternate dimension. They were supposed to be like half human or something. So yeah, that like exacerbated my dinosaur autism as a child. But yeah, aside from that, it's like pretty normal stuff. Then when I became a teen, I think I accidentally watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Once, and then like never again. I watched the animated like Deltora Quest series when it first came out, and that was like, I was a big fan of the books, so like it was like watchable for that regard. But like I did remember thinking that the animation was like really weird, because at this point I wasn't used to like anime, like the style at that point, but also the CG in that show is like fucking awful. But yeah, Saro, I mean that what happened recently with Hex's community attacking each one another. Yeah. The thing is, right, parasociality, and again, I want to keep emphasizing this, parasociality on its own is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it is unavoidable if you are a creator who actually wants to engage with their audience. Even if you just engage through content, like good content, that you put part of yourself into. However, you need to make boundaries clear. And the problem with Hex's fandom, I suspect, is that he has not made that boundary clear, that the connection between himself and his audience is not a personal relationship. That the thing is, even if you do have like an audience where they connect with you on a personal level, or what they perceive to be a personal level, you need to be able to, as a creator, set boundaries and quash things like possessiveness, like jealousy, like envy, because that's the kind of stuff that will create like, really poisonous infighting in your fandoms if you allow it to spiral out of control. The key thing is, when you are a creator, the most important thing when it comes to dealing with parasociality is nullifying possessiveness. Because if you have an audience that feels like you owe them some part of yourself, or that they have some claim of ownership over you as a person, that's when you get into the real, like, the real weeds of what parasociality can do to people. So yeah. Speaking about bugs, what about Matara? I don't know if I would put kids in front of a Matara stream, I will be honest. I would put teens in front of a Matara stream, though. Same reason as I would put them in front of, like, a Melody or, like, Vexori's stream. Some people seem to think the sickling civil war was just false flagging of Hex's attention, which is alarmingly possible. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It does seem to be like a little mess of a fan base. Again, I would not allow any children or teens anywhere near that. Depressed Nasagi is... Yeah. I mean, if anyone's going to chronicle, like, V Shoujo's past and stuff and development, I would expect Nasagi to do that. So, yeah. Have I watched Murder Drones? I have not. Was it Fauna who said we are not friends? Yeah. I think she did have... I think she did have that kind of talk with her audience at some point. Perhaps multiple times. But yeah, I mean, like, again, that's the kind of thing that will really, like, piss off, like, unicorns or people establishing, like, or people who do feel like that sense of, like, mounting possessiveness. But it is important for creators to have that conversation, which is why I really respect the fact that she did that. So yeah. Any VTuber you put grandma in front of? I would put grandmothers in front of me more. Hishina. If just for the sake that I think they would feel kinship. The Amazing Digital Circus. The thing is, right, I think you can judge how much a show might be, like, the risk of potential fetish bait by how much Rule 34 is made of it. And the Digital Circus has spawned quite a lot of Rule 34. I watched kids WB religiously up until the end. Hey. Nullify possessiveness through communism. Our creator. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh, how could I forget? Yeah, I watched Thomas the Tank Engine, like, religiously as a child. Yeah. I only know Amazing Digital Circus through porn. Yeah, I mean, the show is great. It's just... it has one of, like, the horniest fan bases I've ever seen. Was there a better way Fauna could have said what she said? Okay, here's the thing, right? If you are a creator that makes unironic ASMR content, you are never going to be able to say that in a way that is perfect. The reason why I am able to effectively say things like, okay, so everything, when it comes to, like, having that talk with your audience, like, trying to, like, set boundaries for parasociality, context matters a lot. And part of context is what your content is. For me, because my content is, one, based on education, two, is not really revolved around, like, trying to, like, role play, having a personal connection with you guys, I am in, like, the context of my content makes it a lot easier for me to have that talk. But with Fauna, and to be honest, with any VTuber that does, like, or not even VTuber, just any creator that does, like, ASMR roleplay content, where the goal is immersion, and the immersion is in a situation that has to do with a personal interaction or context, it's a lot more difficult for them to have that talk. And for that reason, I don't think that they are ever going to be able to have that talk perfectly. So I think, okay, is there a universe in which Fauna might have been able to word that particular talk better? Yeah, definitely. But I think that the way she worded it was fine and effective in the way that she did it, given everything around, like, what she said, what she was doing, what her business model and the expectations of her audience were. So again, not perfect, but good enough, I would say. Seniors might like Clear. Yeah, actually, yeah. Now that you bring up Clear is interesting because I would be comfortable putting kids and old people in front of her. Same thing with Jets, actually. I would put kids in front of maybe not old people, but I would put kids in front of Jets. I could leave like a jet stream running in front of a child and I wouldn't be too worried. Although I would be worried just because of the fact that they are on Twitch. So yeah. But if it was just a jet stream and if they were not able to interact with the platform at all, I think I would leave that on the television. That would be fine. Setting limitations with educational content while also making me come here and sipping tea. Yeah. Funny thing is that Estelle said the same thing Fauna said, but the backlash was much smaller. Yeah. Granted, Hollow Stars is smaller. So again, that feeds into part of the context thing that I was talking about earlier, because if your audience is smaller, then the potential backlash is also going to be reduced in size. And again, having that talk is good, regardless of like how well. Okay, I want to amend that. There are wrong ways that you can have that talk with your audience. If I find like a clear-cut example of that I can go through with you guys in a future stream, I'll do that. But again, for the most part, Fauna and Estelle, they both did it in a way that was as correct as their context allowed them to, in my opinion. So yeah. Setting hard boundaries like what Fauna did was better than what Vox did. Exactly. I agree. Because again, if you allow that kind of thing to fester in your audience, then you will eventually be on the receiving end of it. Or at least, your fans will be on the receiving end of it. That's why you don't want this to happen, because now I would argue that Vox and Hex have fan bases that are, on average, a lot more extreme in the ways that they choose to express their devotion than some of the other creators, even in the same company. And frankly, that is concerning. So yeah. Who would you put in front of Nags, as he is an honorary VTuber? I think Nags is just pretty universal. So yeah. Alan, you bring up Yuko Yurei. I haven't really managed to look into it a lot. A lot of what I've heard is just like random snippets here and there from a mixture of fans and like, her statements herself. So again, I haven't been able to verify anything, but possibly Yuko might be Yuko could potentially be an example of that from what I've heard. But again, if I were to actually use it as a case study, I'd need to look into it more before actually like talking about it or analyzing it. So yeah, I to answer your question, Philly, I think I'd put like most people in front of Nags, to be honest, because I think Nags is like I said, pretty universal. I don't think he does anything in his content that I think is like too alienating or concerning for like children or old people. So yeah. They tried to pull a Scarlet on Estelle. Part of the reason why the Scarlet situation bugs me so much is because that was Nietzsche's time to set boundaries with their audience. But instead, for whatever reason, they asked Scarlet to apologize to those insane people for that particular like incident, which wasn't even her fault. So yeah, that just bugs me. Wolfie Chew would be amazing for kids. Maybe I'll do some quick googling, see what Wolfie Chew's content is, because a lot of you guys have pointed her out as like a great tuber. So Vox was right to put his foot down, but the problem is the dissonance between that and the way he usually behaves, which is very parasocial. He basically shunned them for indulging in his content. Yeah, and that's what I mean about the context, including your content, that restricts your ability to have that talk. So, yeah. Onigiri would be... Oh, yeah! Onigiri's a great example. Yeah, I'd put kids in front of Onigiri. When I was young... This is kind of funny. So I have a health condition where I'm basically allergic to almost every food known to man. But the funny thing is, even though I was born with this condition, one of the shows that I would watch most often as a kid were like cooking shows. And it's just something like really funny about like about what there's something like funny satisfying about watching someone put a dish together. And with onigiri streams in particular, I would want kids to watch that, if just so they can become interested in the practice of cooking, because I think cooking is one of the most like undervalued, or like, sorry, well, maybe not undervalued, but underrated life skills that you can develop before becoming an adult. So yeah. Even when onigiri has guests like, okay, maybe not on the episodes where she sorry, I say episodes, streams where she has like certain guests on, but just in general, I think onigiri is great content regardless of what your age is. So yeah. I think now that I think about it, saying like I don't know, a lot of people when they hear like I would show your content to kids might interpret that as an insult. But when I say that I would be comfortable showing a VTuber's content to kids, I mean it in this. It's like it's like the equivalent of saying that I would it's like the equivalent of saying to your friend that you would introduce them to your mum, you know, or you would introduce them to your parents. I mean it in the same sort of vibe as that. So yeah. Cooking is a health benefit because it makes you conscious of what you eat. Yes, exactly. And I mean, fat positivity needs that kind of thing to balance it out. Would Kason be in the same category as Shy Lily? Kason's interesting because I think Kason, or at least for a moment during her career as Kason, I think there was a moment where she kind of embraced the more like lewd side of like VTubing as like a reaction to having to abide by like idol regulations in her past life. So yeah, I think I would put I don't know if I would put Kason in front of kids. Oh yes, Cerber is great. She is relatively like recent of a phenomenon though. But yeah, I would feel comfortable putting like kids in front of Cerber. For the same reason that I would feel comfortable putting kids in front of like, and again, this might sound like an insult, but I don't mean it that way. Like the same way I would put kids in front of like, I don't know, like Teletubbies or something. Because like, yeah, Cerber like tickles the like the warm sentimental side of my brain. Onigiri, you know, I would put teens in front of Pirate Software. Because Pirate Software is a great creator, and I know he's not a VTuber, but I think he's a great creator when it comes to just like, again, another he's part of like the critical thinking like content diet that I would like assemble for like children or like teens, where he's a great creator for teaching you how to like think, and especially like motivating you to like make stuff. Because like, you know, specifically he said make games, but again, it's a philosophy that can apply to like a vast number of areas outside of that particular niche. So yeah. Cerber Vettel's new kid. Yeah. Thor is like, when you look at his resume and his life, the stories that he tells on stream, the guy is, I mean, I've seen several comments on like YouTube and stuff basically saying that he is the result of a character that does all the side quests in a video game. And I really do think that is probably the best analogy that someone can use to describe him. So yeah. The guy is like, he's definitely one of the, I would say he is the David Attenborough of streaming, to be honest. Or at least, okay, maybe not of streaming. That's pretty broad. The David Attenborough of game design. Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with that. I would call Thor the David Attenborough of game design. So yeah. Dr. Mike, yeah, I'd say Dr. Mike content is good as well, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about like just creators in general, not just VTubers, I think Dr. Mike is pretty good to watch. Just because, like, again, Dr. Mike is like just demystifying the whole like how does medicine work, how is like healthcare delivered, all of that stuff. It's really good to be able to put that into like, you know, like layman's terms, just so people in general can understand that and how that works. Get people thinking about that in particular. So yeah, put kids on Max. I don't know if I would do that one. I think you need to be at least 21 before you are like physically ready to watch Maxor content. Like I think an 18-year-old can watch Maxor. I just don't think they can understand Maxor. Or I'm not even completely sure that it will be good for their like brain chemistry to watch Maxor. I do think that like in due time, at some point in time, Maxor's videos will be put into a museum, or they will be, they'll be like canonized as an SCP. So yeah, if Vettel says he was inspired by Pirate Software, then you know you have a gem. Yeah, for sure. Mainline Seth straight to those youngins. I actually, you know what? I think okay, so again, from my personal perspective, I would have loved being able to watch Seth videos as like a 16, 17-year old, because I feel like at that point in my life that content would have been like just peak for me. To be honest, I think you say that as a joke, but I unironically would funnel like relatively young adults into Seth's content, because Seth has a great balance between being like a shit poster, but also being really in touch with just like the realities of life and the world in general. Like he says it like as a bit, but there are multiple videos like Elden Ring, like that's the main one that comes to mind. His Elden Lean video, where like he will like pause in his commentary just to really reiterate how the value of games as an escape from the harsh realities of real life, while still very much making that callback and acknowledging that life is hard fundamentally. And if you know Seth's lore, if you know that he has a background in like oncology of all things, then like there is something quite beautiful, if I'm being honest, about the fact that he is now known for making videos of this nature when you compare it to the way that like his background, I suppose. But yeah, you can definitely see smart writing in his script in between the jokes. Yeah, for sure. Seth's medical talk is wonderful too. Yeah. Would Doug fit in that 16-year-old category? I haven't watched Doug myself, but maybe. Seth is a doctor, yeah. Imagine my surprise, because I found his content like through once YouTube realized that I was watching Maxor content of my own volition, it started recommending me Seth's content as well. Imagine my surprise when this absolute meme lord turned out to be like like an actual like qualified oncologist, like a doctor basically. Not even just a doctor, but a doctor that has to specialize in one of the most convoluted, soul-destroying areas of medicine. So yeah, that's wild. So yeah. Haruka for the kids, there is no cult. I don't know about that one. Space Station 3 video still cracks me up, even after so many rewatches. Yeah, again, like Maxor, Seth, there was another one that I was thinking of. What is the holy trinity of like meme game reviews again? There was like Maxor, there was Seth, there was another one that I've forgotten. Fuck. But anyways, they make videos that are like truly timeless, like you can watch them like 2-3 years away from now and they will still be funny. So yeah. Jim Browning? Not sure. I haven't watched his. Yeah, Mandalore. Yeah. Oh no, yeah, Martin Cedarpants. Mandalore and Martin Cedarpants is like close in between. But for me, my personal like meme game review trinity would be Martin Cedarpants, Maxor, and Seth. Those three are my top three. Russian Badger, Mandalore, they're both great. But like for me, those three are like the top three. If I were to like make a short list of like video essay creators, especially like game video essay creators, Pyro would have to be like at the top of that list, to be honest. Actman is great, but I don't think his reviews are like meme reviews as much as they are like actual like reviews, just with a little bit of meme humor sprinkled in. Because Actman is actually really good at making like a serious dissection of whether it be a game or just the subject matter in general. So I wouldn't say that his stuff is like really in the shit post category, or at least not the videos that I've seen from the last like 2 years or so. But yeah. Here's a fun tip that most Genshin players don't know. Yeah, that Max. There are so many Maxo quotes that are like just truly timeless. But yeah, Noah Cadwell Gervais, Summoning Salt does great work. Yeah. I agree. Um, Manly badass hero. Yeah, he very specific niche in terms of like just indie horror game, but he is the guy has a beautiful voice. Like if he ever like his videos, his commentary in general could function as like audiobooks if the guy ever decided that he was interested in that niche. But yeah, have you ever watched Soviet Womble? I have Societ Womble. I haven't. I don't know why I read that as Soviet. Oh, Jimothy Ross. Yeah, Jimothy Ross is great. There are I don't know. I find that his edits are a little bit more eldritch than Maxor's, so I don't watch his stuff as often. But yeah, I do think that like Jimothy Ross is definitely up there in terms of like game review shit posters. He is an all-time great in his own right. Oh, Soviet Womble. So I was right. Okay. I haven't seen his stuff or their stuff, so I didn't know. Manly's the only person I watch for horror games at this point because he's just so incredibly chill. Yeah, I mean, like this is something that a lot of people have noticed before and made observations about before. But like horror creators tend to be the most chill people. Same thing with like screamo fans or like hardcore rock or like maybe not rock, but like just in general, people who have the most like who are on paper interested in the most unhinged things. They just tend to be the most like wholesome and chill people. Thor dude has a great voice for someone who encourages making games. What do you mean for someone who encourages making games? People who make games are allowed to have good voices. But yeah, I agree that like Thor's voice is also in that category of like just deep, booming, soothing. Where I think I like his voice would be comfortable to listen to, regardless of whether it was blaring out through an auditorium speakers or whether it was just like something that you listen to while you like, try to fall asleep. So yeah, Fear and Hunger fans are chill. Yeah, I agree. That fandom in particular has been like it when Connor first started. When Super Eye Patch Wolf made his video, and then when Connor played it through later, those two like injections into that particular fan base, it was really wholesome to see how like welcoming that fan base was to like just people asking questions about the lore, wanting to know more about like the games, like the lore as fucked up as it is, and like just the game's mechanics, aesthetics, etc. And just like watching that happen was just it was really like it was a really wholesome thing to see. For non-gaming video essays, technology connections. I haven't watched this stuff before, but again, that's another list. That's another thing to add to the list. But yeah, Funger memes are fire. I know about Leah's interview with Manly, but I didn't care until this year. Yeah, I didn't know that Leah did an interview with Manly Badass Hero, but I only found out by like looking at a comment on I think on my anime stream. One of the commenters mentioned it, and only then did I go and check out the VOD. And it's like it was really like from the perspective of someone who like started watching Leah like pretty early into like starting to watch Phase Connect. That was like a small world kind of moment for me. PowerPoint men. That's me. I only really like Frapolo's side of Funger. Frapolo is such a gem. Him and Worm Girl were basically like the pillars of me actually understanding what was going on in that game. But yeah, unironically, PewDiePie's vlogs with him raising his kid kind of good motivation for people to have. Yeah, you know, if the Japanese government was smart, I think they would just they would pay Pewdie to make like vlogs of just him interacting with his kid along with Matsuya, and I think that would be pretty good to raise Japan's birth rate. But yeah, like unironically, watching Pewds be a dad is like, it's just so like heartwarming, and it's like it's the kind of content you don't generally get to see. And again, a lot of people have said this before me, but getting to watch a creator bow out that gracefully out of like just grinding content creation is such a rare and precious thing. So, yeah. Oh, all right, 584 votes. Damn. Okay. All right. Well, I just remembered that I had the poll up. We will be locking in the gatekeeping stream, so that will be going up as an option. I think I might end the stream around here. Let me switch over to the abduction screen while I check to see if there's anyone else who's streaming at the moment. But again, keep your eye on my community tab, because there are a lot of you guys that are around now who might not have been at the beginning of June when I first decided to do the media theories essentials thing. So I'm probably going to add like the whole fandoms and gatekeeping thing as a optional topic for you guys to select. But again, that will be going up as a poll on my community tab. So that's that. Japanese don't want foreign help, unfortunately. I mean, they have a history of being really isolationist in their culture. I mean, that's like fair enough. But I mean, yeah, it is a potential resource that they are depriving themselves of, potentially. Polls completed. Let's go next seminar. Polls bias, not large enough sample size. I has head hurt. I do. Armchair teaching us how to professionally gatekeep correctly. Yes, because there is a right and a wrong way to gatekeep, and I want to make sure that, like, especially because VTubing is at that stage as an industry where it's not too late to gatekeep properly, and it's not yet attract that much mainstream attention. I do think knowing how to gatekeep correctly is invaluable to this specific like space in the internet. So yeah. Let me do some. So, Clara is live with karaoke. It's should. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Well, I'll send you guys to Clara's stream, because although I wouldn't show Clara's content to kids, I think Clara's content is a gem. Regardless, I think Clara is a gem. So that is where I will be sending you guys. And yeah. Thanks for sticking around for so long. I think I've been yapping for like 5 hours or some shit, but yeah, I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you sticking around. I hope what I yapped about was useful and interesting to you guys. I hope it actually ends up helping you down the line. Enjoy going off to the Uwu Apple Princess's domain, and make sure, please make sure to behave yourselves. I will be watching. And keep your eye on my community tab. Poll will be going up later on today. And I'll see you guys next stream. Otsu chair. See you guys.